And we're live. Good, happy Thursday, everybody, or Sunday, as I like to call it, because I have a odd, screwed up schedule. Everybody, welcome to Bloody Mary Brunch. Uh, my guest this week is Rambling Canuck. How are you doing, Mister Rambling Canuck?
Not too bad, not too bad. The weather's actually pretty decent. We have actual sunlight instead of snow, which is good.
Oh, snow. What's this strange thing you call snow?
It's very cold and it needs to go away. Global warming needs to hurry up.
We actually have had snow once this winter, and it snowed for I don't know, like 4 or 5 hours, but it didn't really stick to anything.
Yeah. My backyard has got about 4 inches of snow in it.
Anthony, what's up, bro? Dark Gift Comics. We're just kind of BS. I didn't get to do my stream start thing, so we're kind of BS until we get some people in the chat, and then we're gonna actually start our real conversation.
Yeah. So you mentioned you like fishing. What do you fish for? Like what kind of fish?
The big thing here is stripers. Is what most people fish for in this river.
Okay.
This river and another river continue on to make a lake, a man-made lake, and it's kind of a shallow lake. So, like this time of year, all the stripers are in the lake. So, the water gets too hot in the summertime because it's a shallow lake. So they run upriver, and when they get a ways upriver, it splits to the river I fish and another river. And they normally run up this river because this river's clearer and the other one's kind of muddy. So they run up this river looking for cold water. And then there's another man-made dam on this river, so they can't go any farther than that. So they run up there for the cold water, then they get stuck and stack up. So,
nice.
So in the summer, that's what people fish for. I mean, you can catch some, pretty decent sized stripers. There's other stuff in there too. There's
we get
bass and different things.
Yeah, we get bass, walleye, which is pickerel, and then the other two that are fun to catch, but we never keep them, are pike, the northern pike, and catfish.
Oh yeah, we got
that
catfish.
Are big.
Yeah, I like catfish. Catfish is good, man.
I just never learned how to clean them, so I just throw them back. But they're fun to fight. Like they're
awesome. Tons of fun to fight.
Yeah.
Have you seen those crazy people on TV that catch them by hand?
Yeah.
Noodling is what they call it, I think. Noodling.
No, the people that I get that I just shake my head at are these ones that will go up to Lake Manitoba in the middle of January. So we're looking at temperatures on the surface of the ice anywhere between minus 30 to minus 40 in the daylight. And these idiots will cut a hole in the ice and then strip down to their shorts and jump into the lake.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Because they have nothing better to do than to risk hypothermia.
Yeah, I was going to say, apparently they've never heard of something called hypothermia.
But yeah, it's literally a thing. They call it the Polar Bear Club. And yeah, it's just stupid.
I've heard of them doing Polar Bear Club other places, like New Year's Day or something like that. But I've never heard of them actually like cutting a hole in the ice and doing it.
Oh yeah,
It's like an extra level.
Extra level of stupid. Extra level of stupid.
Hey Jesse, what's up, bro? What was loud? He said, "Holy shit, that was loud." The StreamYard chat, kind of lags behind in a second.
Yeah.
There's the other thing I think they need to change is they need to allow your guests to interact with the chat on StreamYard like the host can.
Well, you used to be able to. Like when I first started using StreamYards, you could, even if you were on somebody else's stream, you could. And then just a little while ago, we noticed that, yeah, if you're not the host, you can't type at all. But yeah, they need to bring that back because having both is just a pain in the rear end.
Yeah, it keeps you from having to juggle. Because, like you said, if you're going to participate in a chat or a stream, you'd actually want to participate in the chat, then you have to pop out the chat from YouTube and keep it with your StreamYard and do all that other crap instead of just being able to do like the host does.
Yeah, like it's not bad for me because my computer, I have it wired into my TV, so technically I have it up on a 42-inch screen. So for me to pop things out is not that big of a deal.
Yeah,
because even a minimized screen for the main window isn't that bad.
Yeah,
but yeah, for a monitor, I could imagine that being a complete pain.
Yeah, I have a 27-inch curved monitor, but it's actually not too bad because normally I just pop it out and make it about the same size as like the private chat on the StreamYard side, and I just keep it over the private chat, and then I look under it every now and then to see if anybody's put anything in the private chat. So it works all right, but it would still be easier to just do it all in one place.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the less you have to fidget around and do things like that, the better.
Good afternoon, Jesse. You said, holy shit, that was loud. I don't know what was loud.
Probably my laugh.
Yeah, it could have been.
My voice can boom sometimes.
It's the damn Canadian in you.
Yeah.
We'll blame the Canadian.
Yeah. Why not? Everybody else does. Unless you're up here, then we blame the Americans.
Yeah. Oh man, I actually watched an interesting documentary the other day. I forget if it was recent or a couple years ago, but this film crew, they were a Canadian film crew, and they went all along the border between the United States and Canada from coast to coast, showing how it's gotten so bad and stupid since 9/11, and Homeland Security and everything on our side.
Mm-hmm.
And how there's a lot of places where, people from Canada have to interact with the United States, and it's become like such a pain in the ass. And they showed like one town where like the town split in half by the border or something like that.
Okay.
I can't remember the name of the town, but
because a lot of times, like back in the 30s, like my dad was he was raised in Darlingford, Manitoba, which is basically on the border.
Yeah.
Almost border, and they used to go back and forth all the time. So before he died, I went to take him across, and this was even pre 9/11. So they wouldn't let him across because we didn't know exactly what the town was. I mean, we're going back a few years, and Dad's like, I don't know what it's called. I just want to see if the dance hall I used to dance in is there. Well, how long are you staying? We're going to be there for maybe a couple hours and coming back. How much money do you have in your bank account? And all this other stuff. And my dad's just like, are you serious? They made my dad get out of the car to search the car. So he had to pull the walker out of the trunk. I had to explain to the guy why I needed to pop my trunk. And it's just like,
oh, man.
Serious?
Oh, welcome back, Jeffrey Nelson. I see you added an avatar. That's cool. Hey, Rosetta. Hello from Alabama. I hope you're having a good trip, a safe trip on your way to Florida. She's on her way to Pensacon. In Pensacola. Well, let's see. We've got a handful of people. I guess we could go on and start our conversation. The reason that hopefully people are here to start with.
Yeah.
Since I advertised that we were going to talk about the World Wars.
Yeah.
So I said we talked about it, a little bit before we started live. Obviously we don't want to be here for 18 hours, so we'll just briefly touch on World War I to kind of lead us into World War II. But I said something interesting I thought we could both talk about is what do you think was? I'm trying to think how to word it. The give me a second. My brain will catch up. Like the damn, I can't think of what I'm trying to say. It sucks. It sucks to get old, man, and not have much sleep. Wookie, hail Wookie supremacy. What's up, bro?
I think we had decided on the most innovative and creative ways that they decided to kill each other.
Well, yeah, that. Yeah, we wanted to talk about that, and in your opinion, what was the best, like weapon, so to speak, or
machine gun,
the most innovative, or the most innovative. Yeah, the most innovative way.
Hands down, it's the machine gun because it changed the whole face of the war.
I agree. That was going to be my answer too.
Yeah.
They came up with the most efficient way of mowing down people that were still dumb and run like in a line straight at people.
Well, if you go far enough back to when the war started, I mean, you had full-on horse cavalry charges against a machine gun.
Yeah.
And it was just the utter shock of, what this is no longer going to fly.
Yeah, we hadn't got to World War II yet, Jeffrey. He said atomic bomb.
Oh yeah, that's WW2.
Could anyone recommend a free video editing and recording program for noobs on low-end laptops?
That would be I'll give you mine, which is VSDC. It's 100% free. I use it for editing videos. You can add pictures, you can add video to it, you can shorten it, cut it. But I find it does the job, and you can upload straight from that editor right into YouTube.
DJ Odyssey's here. Hello, DJ. We're kind of just getting rolling. So we can finally restart the show. He's here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just getting rolling, DJ. We've been BSing for the last 10 or 15 minutes. Now we're finally getting into our actual conversation. For simple stuff, whatever comes with a computer. See, I have a weird use case because I stream on a Windows computer, but I do everything else on a Linux computer.
Okay.
So some of the stuff I do on Linux doesn't necessarily transfer over to Windows. I mainly use Windows just for this and for my green screen because there's not really a viable, I use OBS to use my green screen, and then you have to use OBS like your webcam. So there's not a webcam plugin for OBS on Linux like there is Windows.
Okay.
So you can use OBS on Linux, but since I want to use it as my webcam on stuff like StreamYard, then I use a Windows box just for this.
Yeah.
And then I have a really big, fancy Linux computer that I do everything else on. So,
but yeah, the machine gun was the main game changer World War I.
And could you imagine? Well, a lot of them didn't live to tell the tale, I'm sure. But could you imagine being like mounted cavalry and being the first group of people that all of a sudden are in front of a machine gun?
Yeah.
I mean, how that would blow your mind.
Yeah, it was just absolute shock. And sadly, I mean, they kept trying. There was a couple of generals that were hell-bent and determined that cavalry charge was going to work. They just needed to throw more men at it. Which actually was a theme through World War I, was they just figured, well, we just got to throw more men at it.
Yeah, over the top. Come on, over the top. Yeah, but if we go out there, they're going to machine gun us down. We're going to send a lot of y'all. Everybody over the top.
And what made it even worse is if you go over the top and you come back before that attack is done, you're shot by your own guys.
Yeah.
As a traitor. So
it's
a no-win situation in that account.
Yeah, it's like I think if I was in that situation, I would try to find like a bomb crater and try to hide out in that till it seems like everything was cool, and then sneak back to my trench. Because that way, you know, they can't, oh, you're coming back too early. Be like, oh, I'll kind of wait till I see some other people going back, and then I'll get out of my crater and I'll go back too.
Yeah. But yeah, if you were caught sneaking back, you were shot by your own guys. That's how
Jeffrey Nelson has his own opinion. Let me pop it up here. World War One, I say chemical weapons was the most innovative. Machine guns is basically the Gatling gun that has existed for decades before World War One.
True, but it wasn't used on as big of a scale as it was in World War One. And yeah, the chemical weapons were nasty. Mustard gas.
That would have been my runner up. Would be the chemical weapons. Yeah, they were super bad. Oh, hello there, Shrone Moore. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I don't think I've seen you here before, Shrone Moore. Welcome. If it's your first time here, please hit the subscribe button.
Welcome, Shrone Moore. Yeah, it's mustard gas. I believe it was mustard gas. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, mustard gas. It was really bad because if it was cold outside when they launched the attack, mustard gas won't turn into a gas in a cold environment. So they would get this liquid on them. So they get sprayed with the liquid from the canister. And then they would go back into the dugout. And then as soon as their bodies got back to body temperature, well, then the liquid would turn to a gas and you would automatically start gassing your own troops because you had this liquid on you.
Hannah Valinor, hello. Yeah, I'd say I never heard of that one. That's interesting.
Yeah, because if it was cold out, it would when it went off, it would be a liquid, and then it would get on the uniform, and sometimes they wouldn't even notice that it was on them, and then they'd go down into their bunker, and they'd be bringing mustard gas into their bunker, and then it wouldn't turn into a gas until they were already there.
I think Jeffrey, he's saying tanks were also introduced and aircraft were introduced, but I think we mean more the one that made the biggest difference. I mean, I know tanks were introduced, and at that time it was something new, but they didn't really know how to properly use them yet. Yeah, no, they weren't really that effective, honestly.
They were really more gun platforms on tracks than tanks. But yeah.
Hey, Lily Patton, good to see you, my friend. And an aircraft sort of the same way. I mean, originally they just used them for reconnaissance, and then somebody realized, hey, we could like drop a grenade or something from this. That would be cool.
Yeah.
So, but it still wasn't really used to the effects to have the effect the machine gun did.
Yeah. You look at it, aircraft were still not deemed very important. They were mainly for your reconnaissance, and that's about it. I mean, they did have, the dogfights of World War One, but they were nothing compared to World War II. Airplanes and aircraft carriers really didn't come of age until World War II.
Yeah, and they were still at that time they were using the old, what was it, fabric biplanes and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, the old biplane. Or triplane if you were on the German side.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about the triplane. Yeah, those would not be fun to dogfight in because they're not really very sturdy things to start with.
Actually, near the end of the war, they were pretty deadly, those triplanes, if you knew how to fly them. The problem is they were tricky to fly, but once you got somebody who knew what they were doing, those could be deadly for their time.
So that before the armistice, the other thing we wanted to touch on was the most interesting ways they came up with to kill each other, other than just shooting each other.
Yeah.
Or gassing each other.
Well, the one that always fascinated me was the tunneling, where they would tunnel underneath the opposing trench, load it up with explosives, and then blow the trench as they're doing an over-the-top attack. So in a sense, they bury anybody that was in that trench alive.
That was actually the same thing I was thinking when you brought up, hey, we could talk about something, the interesting ways they thought to kill each other. And that was actually the first one that popped in my mind as well. I can't remember the battle now, but it was like the biggest amount of explosives ever used doing that. And it basically just left a huge crater, where the trench was. Because
that's how the Canadian military finally took Vimy Ridge too. Was tunneling.
So I'm trying to think if there's any other ones.
Well, there's gas attacks, of course.
Well, yeah, and flamethrowers.
Yeah,
that would scare me more than gas. I think a flamethrower.
Yeah, it was more a shock and awe. Right, and then just I'm gonna butcher this word because I haven't had enough coffee, but the the complex system
intricacy.
Of like barbed wire, then just to get to that trench, what they had to go through, and just to get to the trench to begin with.
And excuse me, I read a little bit, brushed up a little bit on World War I before our stream today, and that was one of the things they were talking about. Was one of the reasons it ended up trench warfare and it was so deadly was the use of barbed wire. That was the first time that like barbed wire had been used in war. It had been, they had started to use it in the States, cattlemen and stuff like that used it, as they still do, for fencing or whatever. And somebody scratched their head and said, hey, if it keeps cows in, we could probably use it to keep people out.
Yeah,
if we put enough of it out there.
Yeah, and the barbed wire that they used in the war and what you use on a farm are two separate entities completely. They're not the same.
So I guess we can move on so we can
move on to the armistice that created the environment for World War II.
Yeah, I was briefly looking at the chat. That's a good point. Hound of Valinor. A flamethrower is close range. You see it coming, gas. You have little chance. Briefly touching back on gas because it made me think of it. I was reading about a certain battle and they said the British had a habit of using chlorine gas, and they would put the chlorine gas out as they were getting ready to go over the top, almost like a smoke screen, and to make everybody on the other side put their heads down. But they said they had a lot of problems where the problem with that is if the wind shifted, it would come back into your own trench.
Yes.
So obviously the guys going over the top, they would be wearing gas masks because they were going to run through it to get to the other side's trench. But all the auxiliary people staying in the trench, if the gas turned and they didn't realize the gas had turned, they would gas their own people.
Yeah, it was
with chlorine gas.
Yeah, it would. The other innovative, what really came of age in World War I, well, I wouldn't say came of age, really kind of showed that it had any military significance, because up until World War I, it was kind of laughed at by most navies, was the submarine.
Oh, yeah.
Because up until World War I, it was just kind of like, that's cute.
Yeah.
But World War I showed that it actually has some validity, and all the major powers after World War I actually took a harder look at them.
And it still shows how this is, I guess they say, World War I, the first modern war, which I would agree with that, because in a lot of ways, the mindset was still, like we said, the old school war where you line up in a field and you shoot it out, and whoever wins the field wins the day, so to speak.
Yeah.
And, something like a submarine was underhanded because they could sink a ship without you really knowing they were there.
And well, not at the beginning. At the beginning, they had to actually surface.
And use the artillery pieces on the submarine.
Yeah, they had to surface. They had to search. There was a whole bunch of rules, and then they went to what is called unrestricted submarine warfare, and that was considered down and dirty and underhanded and wrong.
Yeah.
But initially it was they didn't use the full elements of the submarine.
Hey, Tom. Midnight Edge After Dark. Good to see you, Tom. How are you, bro? So we keep bouncing around World War One because we keep thinking of stuff. So I guess we could, if we're ever going to get into World War II, I guess we should finally quit thinking of stuff to do with World War One and talk about the armistice.
All right. Well, I'll let you lead off, and I'll pepper in my thoughts.
Well, you're probably way more read on it than I am, honestly. If you want to start it off, because you're probably way more read on it than I am.
Well, the armistice was looked at very oddly, I guess, by the troops in the field, because at the time Russia had just collapsed and had gone through the revolution.
Yeah,
they were no longer fighting. So Germany, for the first time in the war, was now not fighting a war on two fronts. So a lot of the soldiers, after the fall of Russia, felt that they had a really good shot, because all the troops that had been devoted to the East would now be moving to the West.
Yeah.
The problem was Germany was running out of money and people were starving at home.
Yeah.
And it was no longer becoming a very popular war, and it needed to come to a close. So it was ended by the bureaucrats, but where the mistakes were made was the French, especially the French and the British to some degree, but more the French, were hell-bent and determined that Germany was coming out of this with nothing.
Yeah.
And the financial weight that Germany ended up with at the end of World War I crippled the country.
Yeah, a country that was already on its last leg anyway.
Yeah, so
from pouring everything into the war.
Yeah, from being almost bankrupt just from doing the war, now you're also sanctioning them and making them pay reparations, and you had a lot of the soldiers, like your front lines, felt betrayed because they felt for once, they'd basically won in the East, and now they're going to be able to be at full strength, and then all of a sudden the bureaucrats pulled their victory from underneath their feet. Whether this was true or not is irrelevant and has always been debated, but that's what some of them came away with the feeling. A certain future leader included in that statement.
Yes.
Now, the armistice itself really set the stage for World War II, because it put Germany in such a bad state and put them so financially desperate and bankrupt that honestly, if they had ended it the way they did in World War II, not dividing Berlin, but where they, of course, sent aid and helped them rebuild and et cetera, it would have been better, and a certain leader of a certain future leader would have been nothing more than a guy screaming on a soapbox.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, due to, people got desperate, and when people get desperate, they listen to the guy who's promising them everything they want. And that just so happened to be the eventual leader that plunged them into the Second World War.
As you said, it set the stage for World War II, because they basically bankrupted and humiliated and neutered, so to speak, Germany. Yeah. Yeah. They weren't supposed to have so many men standing army. They weren't supposed to have like submarines and things anymore. They basically neutered their military, bankrupted them, and basically humiliated the country.
Yeah,
on a world level.
Yeah, and blamed Germany for World War I. Like, Germany bore the whole weight, which in some circles it's a little controversial to talk about or say, but it really wasn't their fault. They were really I mean, even to this day, nations have treaties. Like Canada has treaties with the States, Britain, France, and all they really were doing was honoring a treaty.
Yeah.
This person's attacked, we will defend you. And so it wasn't that they had decided that they were going to war, but they were kind of dragged into it, just as France and Britain were.
Yeah.
But they were the ones who paid the price for it. And some of it had to do with the pre-war buildup, because before World War One, the biggest arms race was between the British Navy and the German Navy, because for once a country was starting to challenge, just in the number of ships, the British main fleet.
Yeah, which had been the world's biggest navy forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is also how Britain controlled little pieces of the world everywhere.
Yes.
Because they had the navy to go all over the place and say, "Hey, we're British, aren't we cool? Now we own your country."
Yeah. And
colonialism, I guess, would be the proper way to say it. But
yeah, it's for your best interest.
But it would the armistice and the humiliation of Germany and the German people would definitely come back to bite France, especially in the ass, at the start of World War II.
Yeah, it definitely would. And the other thing too is a lot of the lessons, like at the beginning of World War II, the fear of World War One and what it did, really allowed. I don't know. We're gonna have to come up with an easy name for him.
The German leader.
Yeah,
I don't know a nice way to say it, like a single word or anything, because the one single word is a no word on.
Yeah, exactly.
On YouTube,
so the what allowed the German leader to get such good positioning was he played on the fear of another world war.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because it was still fresh on everybody's minds, that the horrible trench warfare.
Yeah. And so they allowed him to get away with a lot more than they should have. The famous last words, "peace in our time," after a conference, will forever haunt that British Prime Minister.
Yeah. So that leads us into World War II, and as you've already mentioned, what kind of led up to it was the neutering, the crippling of the German economy, how they were basically made to look like asses on a world scale. As you said, the German people were starving, the economy had crashed, so all it takes is one guy that says the right stuff to step forward and say, "Hey, we're getting screwed. How about you follow me and we can do this?" And
not only that, but you have to remember the political system within Germany at the time. They had a leader that everybody liked in I think it was Bismarck. Yeah, Bismarck. And then the two competing ones was the future leader of Germany's party and the Communist Party.
Yeah.
Right. So they really had to choose between the devil they know, the devil they don't know, or the person that they respect. And really what allowed him to take power, shall we say, was the death of that leader.
I like Joseph Petrick. Just call him Dolphy.
Mm-hmm. That's because that was one of his nicknames.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know that.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that was something that somebody had deemed him.
DJ said just call him Odyssey.
No, he said just don't call him.
Oh, never mind.
You missed a word there.
I just read the beginning and the end. I didn't read the middle.
Poor DJ. Poor DJ.
Never mind, DJ. We're not using a lot of the actual names of certain things in World War II because talking about those things are not popular on YouTube, even though we're not talking about them in like a negative way. We're just talking about them in a historical way.
Yeah,
But
it can be. It can be.
You have to kind of tiptoe around it a little bit, just because if we do a whole hour-long stream just talking about Dolphy and that sort of stuff, then we may not be on here long. They could pull the plug on us.
Yeah,
because even though we're not talking about it in like a more modern sense, negative way that people use that as, the algorithm doesn't know that. It just listens for keywords.
But yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, it was Bismarck that was the main leader at the time, and when he died, that's when Dolphy took power. He seized power. Although he did try it once on the night of the Long Knives. However, he was foiled and sent to prison.
Which is where he wrote his famous book, right?
Where he wrote his book. Well, many people figure he dictated the book and somebody else put pen to paper. But yes, and but that's where he started getting a lot of support within the occult, and there are some other darker aspects to it that I won't get into because it's controversy and not proven, shall we say. But yeah. And
it is funny you say occult, because the occult theme followed that party even through all of World War II.
Himmler was a very interesting individual.
So we fast forward slightly. Well, I mean, not really fast forward, but we go forward to Dolphy seizes power, and then is very upset from the way Germany was treated at the end of World War I, and decides, I think we should take some revenge.
Well, yes, and I mean, his plan was always to do it, but he started off by winning over the German people. The Autobahn, for instance, created jobs.
Yeah.
The rebuilding of the military created jobs, right? So he got them on board. Well, we used to be unemployed. Now I have a job. He's doing a good job, right? And then, of course, the all famous promise that every German individual will be given a car from the state, which, if you check up on it, is your VW Bug.
Yeah.
Which is where that car got its inception. That was supposed to be the everyday car for the German people.
Yeah, the people's car. Yeah,
the people's car. Yeah. So he was making outlandish promises like that, and giving, putting them to work, as it were. And when you don't have a job for years, months, any job is a job. And so it shows signs of progress. And then he started off by just saying, it was unfair that you took this from us. And, we have a big, but, there's a lot of German speaking people here, and they wanted rejoin Germany. And I think you should put it to a vote. Right. So he started off politically.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of snowballed from there.
So Schronmore is saying, which I don't know if this is true or not, I had to look it up. Bismarck was the first chancellor in 1870. It was von Hindenburg who was the leader before Dolphy.
Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't 100% sure on that, but it was Hindenburg. That's correct. Yeah.
And at the same time as he's doing it politically, he's making other plans and quietly rebuilding their military.
Yeah.
Quietly, because they weren't supposed to be doing lots of things he was doing according to the armistice agreement.
That's correct. And the other point to that is during pre Adolphe taking over, a lot of their stuff that they did research on was done through Russia. Such as submarines, etc., etc. They weren't allowed to have them, but they could go over to Russia.
They would have them in Russia and train their people to use them.
Yeah,
the airplanes or submarines or whatever. They were quietly building up a force in Russia and taking a vacation, so to speak, to go there and learn how to use them.
Yeah,
because technically they're kind of ours, but technically they're not, because they're in Russia and we just go hang out every now and then and play with their toys.
Yeah, we're helping them develop. Yeah, that's it.
Orsboard, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Glad you stopped by.
That's the ticket. And then the other thing too was that because especially the British leader, and my brain is escaping me at this time of his name. I just can't. All I keep thinking is Churchill, and it's the guy right before him.
Yeah.
He let him get away with too much, and it got to the point where when they reacted the way they did, which was declaring war, when he invaded Poland, he was actually thoroughly shocked that they actually did it.
Yeah.
That they actually declared war, because they had said, you go this far and no further, then he'd cross that line, and they go, okay, this far and no further, and then he'd cross that line, and he'd get the same, and then the famous, peace in our time speech. And then he invaded Poland, and then it was just, well, okay, now you've gone too far, and now we'll declare war. But it was already the writing was on the wall.
Oh yeah.
Yes, Neville Chamberlain. Thank you, DJ. Yes, Neville Chamberlain. Yeah, he didn't end his political career on a high note.
Yeah, that's not really what you want to be known for.
And the funny thing about Winston Churchill is, as Prime Minister, he is adored. His memory is adored.
Yeah.
As First Lord of the Admiralty, however, not so much. Not so much.
So then the interesting thing to me too is, which we're fast forwarding a little bit, but because Germany and Russia had kind of a pact with each other, like you said in the beginning, because they were massing equipment and training in Russia.
Yeah.
And then fast forward and you end up with Russia turning around and going against Germany.
No, it was the other way around.
Okay. So Germany turned on Russia.
Broke the non-aggression pact. Russia and Germany had a non-aggression pact, and then they actually basically divided up, if I remember right, it was divided up Poland, and then he went into Finland and Norway, and then into France. But yeah, it was a non-aggression pact between Stalin and man who shall not be named. And it was, Stalin really believed that he wouldn't go against it until at least Britain fell. So when he did eventually attack Russia, it caught him off guard, because as far as he was concerned, they wouldn't be so stupid as to repeat the problem of World War I of having a war on two fronts.
Well, and that was really one of their big mistakes.
Yes,
was opening a second front.
Yes,
I think if they hadn't opened a second front, then the outcome could have still been the same, but it wouldn't have happened as quickly or the way it did. I think they split themselves and spread themselves too thin.
Yes, and the other mistake that they made was and this is kind of a controversial opinion, so anybody that has flack with this statement can yell at me. Um, was when the war after the fall of France, they went to the next logical invasion was Britain, and they started with an air campaign, and they were bombing the airfields daily. And then one time, a German bomber was just outside of an English town. I can't remember which one on the coast, and the bombs landed pretty close to the town. So Churchill, in his decision, was to bomb Berlin.
Yeah.
To actually send bombers and show that, no, we're not defeated yet. We can still fight. And they bombed Berlin, which activated Dolphy's ego. Yeah. And he made the infamous speech, for every bomb that lands on a German city, 1,000 will rain down on Britain. Had he not allowed his pride to get the best of him, and he had continued to only bomb the airfields and not done the Battle of Britain and not bombed British cities and just kept to the airfields, they would have had air superiority in time for the invasion on time. But however, like right now in today's society, the Blitz, as it was called, is looked upon as, oh, how tragic and how wrong that they bombed London and cities and stuff. However, at the time, every bomb that landed on a British city was one less bomb that landed on an airfield.
Yeah. One less bomb that damaged your military hardware and infrastructure.
Yeah, so the civilians were bearing the brunt for the air wing so that they could still keep the air supremacy. If they'd stayed to bombing the airfields, then Britain would have not been able to sustain the losses.
Schronmore has a couple good comments here. If Germany had held off on their invasion of Poland, there was a chance Britain and France would have gone to war with Russia over Finland.
Yeah. But I don't think they would have held off because it was part of the agreement with Stalin, between Dolphy and Stalin, because at that point they were working together.
Which is funny. You can talk about Stalin, but you can't really talk about Dolphy. Yeah,
it is actually funny
because Stalin was such a great guy.
Oh yeah, totally.
He was kind of like the Mother Teresa of Russia, I guess. But let's see. Schronmore also said Britain was down to their last week when Germany switched to bombing cities.
But yeah, if they would have just kept to the airfields, then that invasion would have happened on time.
Yeah, because they definitely needed air superiority to make it across the channel.
Yeah,
to invade Britain, and they already had to deal with the British Navy, and air superiority would have been the other thing that would have made it actually be something they could pull off to make it across the channel to invade the British islands. Yeah. Which they did invade some of the smaller islands, but
yeah, they took two.
Yeah,
they took two of the British islands. Yeah, but the funny part about that is a lot of what happened in France didn't happen there, and it was, and they were even bypassed when they did the Normandy landings. They weren't retaken. They were just kind of left they were cut off and left to wither.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, actually, I don't remember if it was on YouTube or on Amazon or one of those. I watched a documentary that had some things to do with World War II, and it was it was talking about the British islands that were taken by the Germans in World War II. And yeah, they were occupied until the end of the war. They weren't. They were, like you said, they were basically bypassed, and they were just left there until actually war ended.
Yeah.
But it was actually kind of an interesting documentary because we don't think of the Germans in World War II being halfway decent, but they said all the Germans that were there, instead of like fighting the Russians or whatever, they were really happy they were there. It'd be like me or you getting posted to Hawaii or something.
Yeah,
And they loved it.
yeah,
You know, that they got along with the locals. The locals got along with them. You know,
yeah.
it was like, yeah, we're not really happy you're here, but it could be worse. So
yeah,
we
yeah.
can live amongst each other.
Yeah.
You know,
And then one of France's downfalls was, one, they weren't exactly organized. Two, they put way too much faith in the Maginot Line.
oh yeah, it's DJ.
Uh,
Oh, sorry to interrupt you a second. DJ, have a good radio show. Glad you were here. Jeffrey Nelson, thanks for being here. Shrone Moore, thanks for being here. All of you have a good day.
Yep.
Yeah, the Maginot Line. Yeah, that's a very interesting. You know, that I've watched a documentary just about that before, what I was put into the Maginot Line, and then the Germans just went around it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they thought that was like their impenetrable fortress that would keep them safe forever from being invaded. And
it was not going to be penetrated. And there's, the famous last words of anybody is, "Wow, they'll never get tanks through there."
yeah,
and then surprise, that's exactly what they did. And they didn't have any backup plan in case somebody tried it. So yeah, they basically left the Maginot Line hanging, and they went around it.
which does in some way show the validity of the statement that this is a great impenetrable defense, because even the Germans were like, yeah, we're not going to screw with that. We're just going to go around it.
Yeah. Yeah, basically. And it was and the differences between the beginning of World War II and the end of World War II was, at the beginning of World War II, Delphi, as we'll call him, actually listened to his generals.
Yeah, but before he kind of went cuckoo.
Yeah, and then at the end he didn't. Because it was their original plan was to go against the Maginot Line head on, and then a general kind of went, "Well, no, how about we do it this way?"
Yeah, hey, look at this map. if you look at this map right here, you see we can kind of skirt this way.
And they don't think that they're not going to be expecting us to come this way because they've deemed it unpassable.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, I can get the tanks through there. So let me do it. And that's what he did, and bingo bango.
And that could have made a whole other outcome to the war too, if he hadn't listened to them and they had went straight against the Maginot Line.
Yeah.
Not saying the Maginot Line wouldn't have eventually fell or couldn't have eventually fell, but think of how long and how much equipment, manpower, and resources would have been put into trying to take the Maginot Line.
Yeah. And I mean, we're talking the early war, so he doesn't have a Yak Tiger he doesn't have a Tiger tank.
Yeah.
So those aren't the tanks that are rolling across the border. He's still, very minimal on the armament, and they're mainly using shock and awe to get across and fast. And then the other problem is the French government delayed, and the British delayed in responding when he first took over Poland. And then the other thing is they were so disorganized. I mean, the French army itself outnumbered in tanks the Germans at the beginning of the war by an enormous amount. The problem is they were so disorganized and they weren't set up properly. And yeah, it was cluster F, and he caught them flat-footed, and they paid for it.
Will Gentry. Good to see Will Gentry. Well, if Hannibal could cross the Alps using elephants, there's no reason the Germans couldn't have got their tanks around the Maginot Line. That's a good point. Yeah.
Yep.
And that it did work. So, and I think, we when we started World War One, we briefly touched on weapons or tactics, and I think the one thing that Dolphy did realize from his service in World War One is we don't need this to go into trench warfare because it'll end up like World War One Part 2.
Yeah, and
so that's where the blitzkrieg comes from.
It was get in, get it done fast, use your mechanized units, and your troops became your support instead of your front line.
Yeah. Lead with the mechanized units, bring the troops up as support, and keep it all moving so you don't all of a sudden end up in a stalemate and people start digging trenches again.
Yeah, and incorporate the Air Force.
Yeah, that was a big thing. I mean, like we touched on a little bit, planes started to take more of a role in World War One. They definitely took a role at the front of World War Two.
Yeah,
I mean, air power. That's when air power really comes into its own. Is in World War Two.
And it's because the technology had advanced far enough that that it became a viable option.
Yeah. So, do you think if it hadn't been for Pearl Harbor, the Americans would have still entered the war eventually?
I think if they did, it would have been too late.
My personal opinion, I don't think they would have entered the war until Britain was already invaded, and then it would have been too late.
Yeah, and honestly, I maintain the theory that really the only reason that the United States ended up entering World War II on the European front was because Dolphy was stupid and 2 days after Pearl Harbor declared war on the United States, which was odd for him because really he hadn't declared war on really anybody. He just went to war.
Yeah, he just showed up at your house one day and knocked on the door and said, "Hey, guess what?
Yeah,
you're part of Germany now."
Yeah. He wasn't one for declaring war.
Yeah.
But he did that rare moment where he actually declared war on the United States. If he had not declared war, I don't think the United States would have had a reason to go into Europe. The American people would have been more wanted them to focus more on Japan.
Yeah, because that too had just
who had attacked
Pearl Harbor. Yeah, so it would have been more of us going in the Pacific and kind of leaving Britain to its own devices.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it was a European problem. And the only thing that pulled the United States in and gave them their excuse to go was the fact that Dolphy went and declared war.
Yeah, and you still had, well, like you did in the European countries, you still had, it wasn't that long since World War One, so you still had people in the United States that were like, we're not getting into another war like World War One.
Yeah.
So they wanted nothing to do with any of it.
Yeah, and that was the premise of the Lend-Lease.
Yeah.
Roosevelt wanted to get in, but he couldn't because he didn't have the support. So the Lend-Lease was even pushing it.
I'm sorry, I'm having technical difficulties with my nicotine delivery device. Give me just a second. I'll be right back.
Yep, no problem. So Brian Gravedigger says we were politically neutral until World War II. Joseph says almost there. Here, I'll go back and read some more here. Well, Han is. Joseph agrees that they would have been probably too late. I'm going to butcher this name. I'm going to say Han. Han. And Americans were playing both sides at one point in the war. Well, financially, yes. And before they officially entered, they were doing a lot of lend-lease. So a lot of Russia didn't have trucks at all. So most trucks you see the Russian military use were supplied by the United States. Brian the Gravedigger said hello. Will says the party that shall not be named plan was to invade South and Central America, then advance north into the USA. That was one of them, yes. They also wanted Mexico to invade first to distract the United States. Jesse Miller at the Crow's Nest says that's never a good idea. And we'll go down, continue rambling. Yeah, pretty much. It's in my name, right? Well, I'll tell an interesting story from World War II that a lot of people don't know. German troops actually landed in the United States. It was a secret mission, and they were ferried into the United States via submarine. There were 5 infiltrators. They were supposed to go and blow up munition factories, etc., and just cause havoc. And they actually made it to American soil. However, they were captured and detained pretty quick. But they actually successfully landed troops on the United States.
Sorry, my tank suddenly decided to come apart.
Oh, okay.
And start leaking juice everywhere for some reason.
Oh, I hated when that happened.
Yeah, the bottom somehow came unscrewed from the rest of it, and
yes,
I went to pick it up, and everything just started coming apart, and juice started going everywhere. And I was like, "Yeah, that's not going to work."
But yeah, it was actually something that isn't really talked about. But yeah, they were able to land a special forces team on U.S. soil. They were apprehended before they could do anything, but yeah.
And they also try to land some people by submarine, and a lot of them got caught pretty quick.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They had made the attempt. And then the other thing that the United States learned the hard way was they, even after the war was declared, especially like New York Harbor or any of the major port cities, they'd keep them lit up. Britain and Canada had long since turned the lights off at night.
Yeah, because lights are a really good target.
Well, that is silhouettes the ships.
Oh yeah,
in the harbor, right? So what ended up happening was they would leave them lit. So the U-boats had prime targets, and for the longest time, they refused to shut the lights off. They refused to take Britain's advice and turn them off. And there was a lot of shipping lost because of it.
Oh, Brian the Gravedigger's here. What's up, bro? You came in while I was having technical vape difficulties. Jägermeister. All right. So where were we before I had to run away in a panic?
We were talking about, let's see, my brain just went on.
I know we had been touching on would the United States have entered the war?
Yeah.
If Dolphy had not declared war after the Russians bombed the Russians.
The Russians.
Oh, my mind just totally went meh after the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor.
Now, here's an interesting thought. What are your thoughts on the controversial? The president was informed of Pearl Harbor before it happened.
I have heard that, that's, and some people call it a conspiracy theory, and and I could see it actually being true, and our arrogance not letting him believe it. You know what I mean? Next to England, we thought we were the superpower.
Well, for me, I don't think it would be arrogance. I mean, if anything's going to sell me on it, is going to be the fact that Roosevelt wanted into the war
and wanted a reason to enter the war.
A reason,
and he knew that he couldn't convince the American government, Congress, and the people to back us entering the war unless something major happened.
So, I mean, under that circumstance, I could buy it. I'm not saying
I could.
That I believe it 100%, and I think it's factual, but I mean,
I can agree with your take on that. That could definitely be.
He needed an excuse.
Yeah. And you also hear stories that not as much as that they knew that the attack was going to be happening and they ignored it, but they did it on a Sunday. There wasn't many people around, like on duty, and you read stories that they had outlying radar stations on other islands and stuff.
Well, here I've got a question for you.
Okay.
And this is kind of a dick question, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Okay.
Who fired the first shots on Pearl Harbor? Japan or the United States?
I would assume actually the United States.
Yeah. Do you know how they fired the first shot?
No, that I don't know. I would assume anti-aircraft guns, but I'm probably wrong since you're asking it like that.
Nope. The first shots fired on the day of Pearl Harbor was when a frigate sunk a Japanese submarine off the coast of Pearl.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't know that.
For the longest time, it was deemed that no, they didn't sink a sub and blah, 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 blah.
Wait a minute. They
found
it. They recently found it. Yeah.
They found it. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't realize that was the first shot fired, but I saw a documentary or read an article where they finally found the sub that you're talking about. Yeah.
Technically, the United States shot first.
And, another thing, I read some books before and stuff on Pearl Harbor a long time ago in school, but that we had outlying radar stations, but they still didn't believe, because so much stuff showed up on radar. They thought either A, the radar was screwed up, or B, this can't be true because there's no way there could be this many planes coming. You know what I mean? And it also just so happened to be like a Sunday.
Yeah.
And there wasn't many people on duty. So you had like the lowly people that had to be on duty on Sunday. So the guy from the radar station's like calling a private somewhere in Pearl, and they're like, hey, we got all this stuff on radar. And they're like, well, it's Sunday. We don't really want to bother the actual officers because they're like asleep and having picnics and shit. So we don't really want to bother them because this is probably BS anyway, Yeah.
But and they the destroyer did I think it was either a destroyer. Yeah, it was a destroyer, not a frigate. The destroyer did report the sinking, but it was fluffed off like, okay, you sunk a submarine. Sure, you did.
Yeah, they didn't believe him.
Good boy, puppy. Good boy.
Well, like you said, it wasn't until more recently that they even believed it happened at all.
Yeah. And
they finally found the submarine.
Yeah, they finally found it, and it was radar was still new. Yes, Brian the Gravedigger. And the other thing,
and to a point, they didn't trust it 100% yet since it was new.
And I believe too, if I remember right, and I could be wrong, but I believe in the direction that the planes were coming, they were expecting American aircraft that time.
Yeah, there had been like an exercise or patrol or something out, or
Yeah, they were
something along those lines.
Yeah, they were expecting aircraft to come in at that point.
Yeah,
And unfortunately, just the wrong aircraft came in.
which is, it also goes. What's that saying? I fear we've awoken a sleeping giant.
Yes. Yeah. Because that was actually the leader of the task force, the Japanese task force, that actually said that after Pearl.
And they did a lot of destruction at Pearl, but unfortunately, a lot of the equipment wasn't actually in Pearl, so they didn't totally cripple the Pacific Fleet like they thought they were going to.
Well, and one of the biggest questions was why wasn't any of the oil reserves bombed in Pearl?
Yeah, they
left all the fuel.
Yeah, they mainly just focused on the ships.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm sure the airfields, but
yeah, every aircraft, pretty much all the aircraft were taken out.
But wasn't there an aircraft carrier and some other ships that just so happened to not be there?
All 3 aircraft carriers, yeah.
So they did strike a blow, of course, and tore up a lot of ships, but they didn't strike the blow they thought they were going to. Yeah.
Yeah, they wanted the carriers and they didn't get them.
So then Dolphy, in his infinite wisdom, then declares war
on
as well.
States. Yeah.
Yeah. Which then brings us in, obviously, to we were going to go to war with Japanese anyway, obviously.
Yeah.
But then Dolphy opens his mouth.
Yeah, and then that gave Roosevelt the excuse to go, okay, what we need to do is get rid of the West, the European threat first.
Yeah.
And then we'll deal with Japan.
Yeah.
So
He finally convinces the Americans to hey, look over here, what's been going on in Europe for a while.
Yeah.
They're
their allies.
Yeah, this dude has took over basically everything other than England. Maybe we should go help them out.
Yeah.
Especially since Dolphy has called us out on it.
Yeah, he's been stupid enough to declare war on us. Let's show him the error of his ways. Yes. Although there was a major learning curve both in the Eastern Front and in for a lot of times the U-boat wolf packs were hunting in the North Atlantic. But once war was declared on the United States, they switched to American shores.
Yeah.
Because of what I had pointed out earlier, that they had basically told the British that they didn't know what the F they were talking about, and they'll run their shipping how they bloody well feel like it.
Yeah. And, nobody's going to come over here with a submarine.
Yeah, and convoys are garbage. Go away.
And in the meantime, you have U-boats hanging outside of all the major American East Coast ports.
Yeah, sinking stuff at will. Yeah.
That they know is going to Europe to help the British out.
Yeah. But yeah, the carriers, which is what they really wanted to hit, weren't in Pearl.
So do you think, we'll just play devil's advocate again, if the carriers had been there and they had sunk every carrier, would the outcome have been different? As far as our
initially, yes, they would have taken Midway.
That's also a pretty good movie. I watched that the other day.
Yeah, they would have taken Midway. Midway would have been defenseless.
And do you think we would have drug our feet on even? I mean, obviously, we kind of had to declare war against Japan, but do you think we would have drug our feet even on going to Europe?
Probably
until we rebuilt,
Yeah,
the
well,
fleet.
you would have had to because because I wouldn't even say that because you would have needed to show if the United States' Navy is basically wiped off the map, which is what would have happened if the carriers would have been gone. You would have needed to show that you were doing something in retaliation. So I think Africa campaign would have gone ahead as maybe delayed by a month, but not much further because you would have had Roosevelt would have been roasted alive if he wouldn't have shown the American people that he was doing something.
Yeah, that's true. And he still had his Atlantic fleet.
Yeah.
So it may have delayed the actions in the Pacific, but I don't think it would have delayed the actions in the Atlantic or in Europe.
No, because once that ball was set in motion, it was going to happen one way or another. And I mean, the British were in pretty dire straits in Africa at that point.
That was what Rommel wasn't Rommel the Desert Fox?
Yeah, Rommel was having a field day, and yeah, they really desperately needed something over there to go right, or it would have been a very different outcome.
If we make it that far, Han, we may talk about that towards the end. He was saying, "What do we think of Project Paperclip?"
Oh yeah,
we may get that way towards the end. That's kind of fast forwarding a little bit.
Just a tad.
Yeah, just a tad. So we're now at the point where the United States enters the war in Europe and in the Pacific.
Well,
Sorry, I'm refilling my drink.
Yeah, no problem. The major turning points would be the failure to get air superiority over Britain or England, the advancements in sonar and submarine detection, and also the United States getting a torpedo that actually exploded helped.
Yeah, because you hear the stories that they would just like run into the side of the ship and just bounce off.
Yeah, because they had they weren't contact explosion. They were by magnetic. So once they get to a certain magnetic frequency, which was supposed to be right underneath the ship, they were supposed to explode. The problem is because of the way that the world is set up and the different magnetic fields within different parts of the world, they weren't calibrated properly, and they would just continue either going too far or bounce off the target, or they'd launch 6 torpedoes and not a single one would explode, and they'd watch the ships merrily go by.
Yeah, could you imagine being a torpedo bomber and going through all the flak and machine guns just to see your torpedo like dunk?
Well, that was the main issue with that was with submarines.
Oh, okay.
The American submarine Mark 16, I believe. I could be wrong, but I think it was the Mark 16 torpedo. It had a fault, and the stupid part about it was it took 2 years. 2 years
for them to finally realize and admit
for the higher up brass to admit, yeah, we might have a problem with those darn torpedoes. For most of the early war, they wanted to blame it on human stupidity. Oh, you must not have aimed it right. You must not have set the depth properly. And because they were in such high demand, because you've only got one manufacturer, one factory making the things, and they were in such high demand, and they didn't test them first. They just loaded them aboard the sub and went, there's your armament, go.
Yeah, good luck. And sink a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, go sink some stuff. And the captains would come back and go, these stupid things don't work. And they go, it must be something you're doing wrong. It must be doing something you're doing wrong. It must be doing something you're doing wrong. And it's like, no, it's this stupid torpedo. And it took them about 2 years to finally convince them, because what ended up happening was they actually did a test.
Imagine that.
and
Imagine
they went,
that.
oh, darn, that sucker isn't working.
Wait a minute. Maybe you guys were right.
Yeah. Oh, well, here. We'll fix that for you. Oh,
yeah. Maybe we could tweak that a little bit so they actually work.
Sorry about all that shit we gave you.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I doubt they said that. They probably were just like, "Oh, we'll just have some new torpedoes. We're going to upgrade the torpedoes."
Surprise, surprise! We got this new one.
Yeah. We've been working on this anyway, so I mean, we got you these new torpedoes. Y'all are gonna really like them because they work.
Yeah, they actually explode.
Yeah, they don't just bounce off stuff or keep going.
Minor detail. But yeah, so the that was one of the faults, early follies of World War II, and a learning curve. But once submarines got things that exploded, they did a really good number on the Japanese merchant fleet. But up until that point, they more just stuck up their fists and swore at them a lot.
You brought up a good point that we entered the African campaign. I think a lot of people overlook the African campaign in World War II. They concentrate on the war in Europe and the war in the Pacific.
Yeah, and the other one that is really overlooked and barely talked about is the the Italian campaign.
Oh yeah. There's not much talk of Italy either. Yeah, was it Mussolini?
Yeah,
that piled up with Dolphy,
as Churchill would call it, Dolphy's soft underbelly.
Which he was kind of crazy on his own regards. Not Churchill, Mussolini.
He wanted the Roman Empire back. Yeah, completely.
I mean, which makes sense. It worked so good the first time.
Yeah.
It
was just a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, bring it back. It worked pretty good.
Yeah. It was a good part of history.
Fatty says, shakes Canuck fist. What's this all about?
Only if you're on the East Coast. But yeah, so, I mean, people would be surprised at certain things that happened during the war that really isn't talked about much, like Canadians being part of in the initial Japan attacks. When Japan attacked some of the British colonies, it was Canadian troops that they were fighting.
See, I've never really heard that. I think of the Canadians in the European theater.
Yeah,
I don't really think of Canadians in the Pacific theater,
Hong Kong, etc. But yeah, we were involved a lot more than like the ones I felt so sorry for was the Canadian Navy merchant marine that had to serve aboard a corvette. If you get time, take a look at a corvette and you'll find out it's a very small ship. And a lot of the times the swells in the Atlantic would come over the top of the deck and just wash things away.
I have to look that up now. I haven't ever heard of it.
Yeah. And that was the bulk of what saved Britain. And actually there's a funny story about the corvettes. When they were being launched at the beginning of the war, because Britain needed support for the convoys, there was a couple of the corvettes that went out prematurely. They had no weapons on them. The weapons that were on there were dummies.
So, that's good.
Like wooden machine guns, dummy depth charge racks. They had actually no weapons, but they were there to look imposing.
That is
right.
That is.
So can you imagine being the poor sailor that gets told, okay, so we're putting you on a warship. Oh, great. Well, the warship doesn't have any weapons. Okay, I'll still go.
Yeah. Oh, awesome.
Awesome. All right, let's do this shit.
If push comes to shove, throw your wooden machine gun at them.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a small ship, a very small ship.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's obviously I'm not looking at like the dimensions of it, but it looks like twice the size of like a fishing boat.
Yeah.
I mean, just looking at the pictures anyway.
Yeah, and that we pumped those out big time, and those were one of the mainstays for convoy defense. But some of the early ones, it was funny because they didn't actually have weapons on them.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, torpedoes that don't work, ships without weapons.
Yeah, we were playing poker and bluffing.
Yeah,
it's all good. As long as you don't call our bluff, we're good.
Yeah. Oh, look at that! That ship's heavily armored. We're going to leave it alone.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of makes me think of, and we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, but it kind of makes me think of the dummy army of the inflatable tanks and everything they did to
posting Patton there.
Yeah, to confuse Germany and to the fact that we were not going to attack in Normandy, where you're going to attack in what was it? The Calais? I forget how you say it.
Yeah, Calais.
Because that was actually the shortest crossing.
That was the shortest crossing, and it had a port. And it was to make people think. And then they put Patton there because Patton had a reputation. So the higher ups on Germany's side went, well, if Patton's there, it's got to be. That's got to be.
Yeah, and they had all kinds of fake radio traffic.
Yep.
And, had all kinds of fake movements and all kinds of stuff. The port, was it the port to Calais or something's how you say it? I don't know. I can't pronounce stuff very good, but that was where they kept thinking that we were going to attack. And it was, I'm trying to remember now who it was. It was one of the German generals that actually went against that and reinforced the Atlantic Wall. And I can't think of him. Oh, was it Rommel?
It was Rommel.
Okay, so Rommel went from Africa to the European campaign, and Rommel was the one that looked at the defenses and everybody. I also watched a documentary about this not long ago, and of course it had dramatizations, recreations, but it's like Rommel showed up and they're like laying on the beach, like sun tanning, and they're just screwing around, and they got a few bunkers and some barbed wire, and then Rommel's like, no, this is exactly where I think they're going to land for these reasons. And he's the one that made them reinforce the Atlantic Wall.
Oh yeah, he added major improvements to it, and actually, one of the more flukes of World War II was the Normandy landings themselves. It was a perfect storm. When the Normandy landings started, so D-Day.
Yeah.
Number one, it was really early in the morning. Now, Dolphy had issued an order that the tanks, so his main armor, like any major military movement, so his armor, anything like that, could not move without direct orders from him.
Yeah, he had got to the crazy point where he micromanaged everything.
Yeah, so they couldn't move without his authority. So they got that on their side. Second, Rommel was not on the line. Rommel was in.
Yeah, I was gonna say he had went to Germany for like somebody's birthday or something.
His wife.
Yeah, so he wasn't even there when D-Day started.
He wasn't there. If he had been there, Rommel would have. Rommel was the type of guy that wouldn't have waited for Dolphy's orders.
he would have
rolled the tanks. Yeah. So if Rommel had been there, it would have been a lot different as well.
Yeah, he would have called in all the armor and all the reserve troops that Dolphy was holding miles away from Normandy.
Yeah. So he would have he would have overridden the main rule, and he would have gotten things rolling. The problem was when Normandy started, they were waiting on orders. The tanks were there, that they were ready to roll. They just needed that order to move. And without that order, they couldn't move.
And it wasn't they also tried to get Dolphy on the horn, so to speak, and they wouldn't wake him up.
Yeah, they were too scared to wake him up. Yeah,
it was early in the morning. They're like, you go in there and wake him up.
Yeah,
you do it. When they're waking up, everybody's like, no.
Yeah,
we're not waking him up.
Yeah, no, you can wait till morning tea. Come on. Bloody hell, I don't want to die today.
And then
I ain't telling them bad news.
By the time he does wake up, all hell is done broke loose, so to speak. Yeah. And it's almost too late. Or basically is too late because obviously we get a foothold. But all of a sudden Dolphy wakes up and they're like, oh, by the way.
Yeah, by the way,
we didn't really want to bother you, but
we didn't want to bother you, but there's this little thing going on in Normandy.
Rommel's in Berlin for a birthday, and we didn't really want to wake you. So this is a thing that's happened while you were sleeping.
Yeah, I hate to break this to you, but
Captain Cat. Oh Lord, Rambling Canucks on the live stream. Unsub.
Ha ha, Captain Cat.
Hello, Captain Cat. Good to see you.
We're not wrestling, so you'll definitely unsub.
I think another. I think they called it the home chain. How Germany didn't realize the amount of radar that England had.
Well, that and they were also full of themselves and put too much faith in the Enigma.
Yeah, and we had broke the Enigma, and they didn't realize we had broke the Enigma.
Yeah, not once but twice, because they changed up the Enigma machine halfway through the war. But yeah.
But I've like I said, like we've talked about before, I love watching historical kind of stuff, and I remember watching a historical kind of thing talking about the home radar, the home line, whatever they called it, all the radar on the coast of England, and the Germans at first were dumbfounded. Like every time we end up over there, it's like they know we're coming. They meet us in the air with fighters before we even get halfway across the channel. Like, how the hell do they know this?
Well, and to go back to my other point of how if they had continued to bomb the airfields, there was one major offensive that the Luftwaffe did that Churchill's down in the war room and they're sending up planes and they're responding, and Churchill says to one of his aides, "What do we have in reserve?" And he looks up at him and he says, "Nothing." Every aircraft was up. So if they had continued to bomb the airfields, that would have gone a little differently.
That's the boys at Bletchley Park working their magic. Oh, that was the Code Breakers.
Yeah,
I think that's what Will Gentry's talking about. The Code Breakers.
Yeah.
So we get to the Americans entering the war, and then we get to the buildup, and obviously in England, Britain, whatever you want to call it, which leads us towards D-Day, and the finally going into the European theater and trying to push back against Dolphy.
Well, what was the there's one that holds a major scorn in Canada, because it's one where we just go we get mad at the British for it. But do you know what the first actual invasion was?
Oh, I'm trying to think the name of it, because they got pushed back to the sea, and they made a movie. What was it, last year about it? I think maybe the year before. I'm trying to think of the name of it. It's on the tip. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I know. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. 5,000 Canadians. They didn't test to make sure the tanks could actually go on that type of sand. Oops.
Well, there's lots of things that you notice that they hurry things in to use. without testing. It's like, maybe we should have tested that.
Oh, darn.
I mean, like now, just slightly going off topic a little bit, but in the United States, you basically have every kind of conditions you could really encounter anywhere in the world for the most part.
Yeah.
You have snow and cold, desert, mountains, swamp. And obviously now when they come out with a new tank or a new vehicle or whatever, they test it in all those places to make sure if they drop it in the desert, it's going to be all right on the sand.
Yeah, is this thing going to actually perform?
They don't wait till they get there and say, whoa, wait a minute. This thing doesn't like the sand at all.
But so there was Dieppe is a sore spot for the British and the Canadian armed forces because, it was a very. And then the other one that was a complete and utter failure that actually saw Montgomery get his shunning out of position was Market Garden.
Yeah. Will Gentry's being funny.
Mm-hmm.
All it meant was we had less maple syrup for the troops. It was only Canadians. Yeah. Obviously, Will Gentry is a Brit.
But yeah, so it was Market Garden was such a mistake. But again, it was trying to end the war fast.
Yeah. And you kind of see that, especially at the beginning of the European conflict. You see a lot of missteps of, let's hurry up and do this, and they don't really think it through. They just kind of go all in. Well, let's do this, and then it ends horribly.
Which was kind of because Montgomery had always gotten the reputation of being a cautious commander. So he would wait till he had just enough troops, just enough supplies. He wouldn't take too many risks. So when he proposed Market Garden and he sold it based on his reputation, well, he doesn't take many risks, so let's give credence to it. But it just one folly after another on that one.
Yeah, I'm looking up and refreshing myself on Market Garden.
Basically, they had to take 3 bridges while our armored column was supposed to go through, and the paratroop in, take the bridge, and then the armored column was supposed to meet up.
Oh, and then be able to hold
the bridges. But you're holding 3 different bridges, and if one of those bridges is blown up, you're hooped.
Yeah.
And then they had delays because of narrow roads, and you're trying to move an entire column up this road, and it was just stupid. It looked good on paper, in practice, not so much.
I watched. This actually has to do with World War II, so it's not a side note. But I also watched a documentary about the beginning of the SAS. That was basically the beginning of the British Special Forces, and it was all about them training and all this other stuff, and they started doing little probe attacks, so to speak. So the thing was they were going to send a couple guys in like a small boat, raft, whatever you want to call it, and the first one went horribly wrong because they ended up finally getting found out by the Germans. And then when they went to escape, one of the guys couldn't swim. They didn't know the guy couldn't swim. Well, it was an amphibious attack. So they go to run away, and the guy's just like left standing on the shore waiting for the Germans because he's like, yeah, I couldn't swim, so there was nothing I could do but stand there and wait for them to come get me.
Yeah. Well, and actually, there's like a lot of things like now that when you look back on World War II, there's a lot of things that make you scratch your head. Like by that I mean there's a couple of decisions that were made that you just go, why on the earth did you not just do this? Or why didn't you just do that? And a couple of the major ones is why didn't they push to Moscow instead of diverting?
Yeah.
Secondly, why did they allow Dunkirk to happen? And
Dunkirk, I'm sorry, that's what I was thinking of was Dunkirk, not Operation Market Garden.
Yeah, Dunkirk was allowed to happen by all accounts. It's basically allowed to happen because and there are people of the mind that Dolphy was just being stupid, or that he still had hopes of being able to come up with a peace treaty with Britain.
Yeah.
France, but still, okay, they'll come to the negotiation table now. So if I do this, then they'll be more willing to come to the table, because the German army was there in plenty of time before any of the they could have gotten half of those people off, but they were ordered to halt.
Yeah.
Right. They were not allowed to proceed. And the generals were like, well, what do you mean we're not allowed to?
They're like a mile away. We could like go.
I could throw a rock and hit them.
Yeah, I can see them. I can see them from here. I can.
Yeah, and it's like, no, stop.
Yeah, y'all just hold off.
You just wait a little bit.
So it's like they basically let them live to fight another day, and then it bit them in the ass later.
Yeah.
I think some other unsung heroes of that is the French military that was still surviving.
Yes,
were the ones that basically held the line.
They held the line, yeah,
to allow the escape of the British, and tried to help them keep from getting overrun. And I know some of them escaped as well, but they basically held it to the last man to make sure they could all get rescued, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, they
evacuated. That's the word I was looking for. Evacuated. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they did a lot of. They lost a lot of men, and a lot of the weapons that they lost and had to abandon was just enormous.
Oh yeah, they basically just cut and run.
Oh yeah, cut and run.
They basically abandoned everything but the men.
Yeah.
And
but it was it was a great triumph, but at the same time it was an allowed triumph, because there are the mind that he honestly believed that he could still do all this, take over France, and we're going to come to a negotiation table and sit down and go, yeah, you can have it. The other thing I do find kind of interesting about it is the humiliation that Delphi put France through.
Oh yeah, we kind of went around and around, but that takes us back to the whole armistice thing from World War I.
Yes,
because he makes the French sign their. My mind isn't working right today,
their
man. Surrender. Thank you.
On the same train car.
Yeah, in the same spot. Yeah.
That the armistice was signed.
Yeah, he had the train car brought there specifically in the same spot to make the French sign their surrender in the same place the armistice was signed.
Yeah.
Which goes back to our original reason for touching briefly on World War I before we went into World War II.
Yeah.
And the humiliation of Germany in the armistice of World War I. Yeah. So we kind of skipped that for a minute, but it directly goes to to Dolphy and him riling up the German people. If look how we were treated after World War One. Oh, well, look at this.
Yeah.
I got you bent over now. And by the way, you're going to sign your surrender in the same train car where we signed the armistice of World War One.
Yeah.
In the same spot.
Yeah. Yeah. Just gonna pour some salt on that for you.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, and it's kind of a joke, but I think a lot of people don't give the French enough credit on how they actually did fight. A lot of people want to say, "Oh, the French were cowards." If we were, blah blah blah. But you see time and time again that the French actually stood up and put up a fight, just like Dunkirk. I mean, if it hadn't been for him calling off the troops and them holding the line for the evacuation in Dunkirk, it could have been a whole nother ball game.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. And a lot of the sabotage that went through, a lot of there was a good story of a I can't remember exactly where now, and it bugs me, but up in not France, but I think either Finland or Norway, probably Norway, they had a heavy water plant. And the Germans were working on a nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
The nuclear bomb they were working on depended on heavy water. And it was resistance fighters that took that plant out.
Yeah.
Right? They
and totally set them back on trying to get a nuke before we had one.
That's right.
Which would have been a whole nother ball game.
Yeah.
Because it's widely known if you look at historical records that was Dolphy's plan all along, was to get a nuke, and was developing an American bomber, I think is what he called it, that could make it all the way here, and he could drop bombs on like New York or somewhere. Basically like we did. He figured, well, if we drop a bomb on somewhere like New York, Americans are going to give up.
Well, and he had the V1 and the V2.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he basically pioneered the intercontinental ballistic missile, basically.
Yeah. Like if you put a nuclear warhead on a V2, that's a whole new.
Well, yeah, I mean, because he could have basically wiped Britain off the map.
Yeah.
He didn't even have to invade. If he had got to that stage,
if he
could have just got rid of them. They're like, oh, okay, we don't have to worry about them anymore. They don't exist.
Yeah. But a lot of the advancements, like the jet fighters, that was something. If they had diverted more resources into the jet, I mean, the Allies had nothing to throw up against that. If they had them en masse, there was nothing that was going to stop them if they had in numbers the jets.
Yeah, because they could have come in, bombed, could have come in, attacked the bombers, and left before our fighters could have done anything.
Oh yeah,
because they just couldn't catch them.
No. But unfortunately, they diverted a lot of resources elsewhere and put that on the back burner. But if they hadn't, it could have been a totally different war.
It is funny. I mean, kind of a side note is talking about crazy things is some of the projects that time and resources were diverted into in World War II on the German side.
Oh,
I mean, just some crazy stuff that now you look back at. Yeah, the Bell. I mean, even going as far as like the big rail guns that they built.
Oh yeah,
or
that other one. There was a cannon in the side of a mountain that you could literally launch a shell at London.
And wasn't the shell like the size of like a Volkswagen Beetle or something like that? Or
yeah,
bigger?
it was just huge. And then the funniest part about that whole thing is they built this thing. It's almost complete, and then the British just bombed the openings.
Yeah.
Like they spent all this time building this huge monstrosity of a thing.
That was the thing really about the rail guns too, is they built these massive rail guns and it took like double railroad tracks to get them there. And it's basically a target that's so easy to hit.
Yeah.
And it took like a week to put the damn thing together. It took a crew of like fucking 20, 50 guys. And then they fire it like once. And then the Air Force comes in and bombs the shit out of it.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah, it's like, okay, that may be cool on paper, but it's a huge target.
Yeah, it's kind of got bomb me written on it.
And you can't just move it in like 5 minutes. It took you a week to put the thing together.
Yeah, it's got bomb me written all over it. And then the other one on the German side that doesn't get enough credit is the Tirpitz. Because the Tirpitz, even though it didn't do very much, what it did do was divert a whole bunch of resources.
That's the one that went up in a fjord or whatever and hit out basically because they were afraid if they actually used it, it was going to get destroyed.
Yeah.
So a lot of time and resources was spent in trying to sink the Tirpitz.
Yeah, bombing raids. There was a whole bunch of resources thrown at it. So it diverted valuable resources that could have been used for something else. It tied down a lot of equipment and a lot of resources and a lot of manpower.
Yeah, I watched it. I keep saying I watched a documentary. I watched an interesting documentary on that called "Sinking the Tirpitz."
Yeah,
where it talks all about how that happened, how it ended up there, and how they like fortified because it was in like a fjord where there was like mountain, like straight walls of rocks on both sides, and they had built all kinds of anti-aircraft positions and everything, and hit it, like put camo nets over it and all this other stuff, and they had this massive warship that they were afraid to actually take out because they didn't want it to get sunk.
Yeah, because of the Bismarck.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's the, you can't talk World War II without really talking about the Bismarck, because it really, for as little as it did on its maiden voyage, it really did kind of give the British one of their first really big bloody noses, which was the sinking of the Hood.
Oh, yeah. Because until then, the British Navy thought they had superiority over the world.
Yeah, and the other one that that kind of pissed off the British was when the submarine got into Scapa Flow and kind of sunk the Royal Oak.
So I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, there was the main fleet for the British Navy was in Scapa Flow, and it's a man-made harbor kind of thing. It's like a natural harbor, but they've sunk ships in it so that there's one way in, one way out kind of thing, and it's very defendable. And as far as they were concerned, it was, if your ship's in Scapa Flow, it's untouchable.
Yeah,
right? You're not getting into Scapa Flow to get the ship. And a very gutsy German submarine commander negotiated his way through Scapa Flow, took a route that basically this sound familiar? The British thought was unpassable by submarine.
Okay, I think I have heard this story.
And
yeah, he took a route that they assumed no submarine could ever take because it was super dangerous.
Yeah, and he got it through and sunk the Royal Oak while it was sitting in harbor, and got out of there and made it back to Germany.
And that makes people say, "What the hell? How did that happen?"
Yeah. So that was one of the other, little oopsies on the British side. And then the other one that kind of stung was, I'm trying to remember the aircraft carrier's name now. It ended up having a close encounter with the Scharnhorst, which, if you know anything about naval ships, a pocket battleship, well, a small battle cruiser,
Yeah.
Versus a aircraft carrier at close range, is never a good idea.
Yeah, because I mean, in general, aircraft carriers, all they have is defense is like anti-aircraft guns in the aircraft.
Yeah.
So against something like a battleship, they're kind of screwed unless you can bomb the battleship before it engages you.
Yeah. So that was a bad day at the office.
Which is why in modern times, a carrier always runs in a battle group. It never runs by itself because you need all the auxiliary ships basically to protect the carrier.
Yeah. And then the other one was just how effective the U-boat the U-boat campaign actually was against Britain. At the beginning of the war, they were decimating. Like it was really hurting Britain. If there wouldn't have been such a power struggle between the Luftwaffe and the Navy, and the Navy would have been given what they were promised, shall we say, and given the resources that they needed, that could have also altered World War II as well.
Yeah, they were basically starving Britain out.
Yeah.
I mean, it being an island, all they had to do was cut off the supply lines, and eventually Britain would have fell just because they would basically have had to give up because people were starving to death because they would have no supplies, you know. So we kind of made it to D-Day before we took a little aside there. No, I mean no worries. I mean we both went all different ways, which is fine. That's how these conversations go. But we had made it to the follies of D-Day, of the fact that armor was held from the shore, reserve troops were held from the shore. Nobody would wake Dolphy up. Rommel was in Berlin for his wife's birthday. So you have all these guys on the Atlantic wall. They're like, hey, there's like a bunch of ships on the horizon.
Yeah, just wait a second. This isn't right.
And then I think we may need some help.
Yeah, this isn't good, folks.
Yeah, I think we're being attacked.
Yeah, and the biggest controversy out of Normandy is the American landings, because before the troops landed, the main force, not the special forces that either parachuted in behind or went in and climbed like a rock face to get up to take out some guns. There was major bombing, heavy bombing, and it was supposed to take out anything on the beach before the troops
but basically before they got there, the Atlantic Wall was supposed to be decimated.
Yeah, it was supposed to be destroyed. So when the American troops are coming in to shore, like the ships are starting, they're seeing the shoreline. All they see is this massive wave of bombers. Now, if you talk to the people on the boats and like the men who went on when you're watching documentaries and such, and they're talking about when they landed on the beaches, they always go the bombers missed.
Yeah,
and the bombers when you hear the veterans from the bombers, they're going, no, we hit our targets. So it's to this day they argue back and forth, and but they hit some, but not all. Some just killed a whole bunch of cows at the poor farmers' field behind them.
I've also read that as our troops got closer to landing, they were afraid that they would drop bombs and hit their own troops. So they held off for like a certain number of seconds before they dropped their bombs, which if you're flying overhead at however many miles an hour the bombs take however long to fall,
Yeah.
it means instead of hitting the Atlantic wall, they fall 5 or 10 miles behind it.
Yeah,
And kill a bunch kill a bunch of cows instead of busting up the Atlantic wall.
Yeah.
And then you also had the delay of the battleships moving in to also help bombard the Atlantic wall.
Yeah.
Because they were afraid to get too close to shore.
Yeah. They were afraid of beaching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of it's kind of miraculous that D-Day actually went the way it did eventually, because
it is actually
it was a lot of follies.
Yeah, the stars aligned.
Yeah,
for that to take place.
Basically, the troops persevered under horrible circumstances, because I mean, obviously, if the Atlantic Wall had the ship bombed out of it and the battleships had got closer and finished the job, it would have been a whole nother story.
Yeah, and not only that, but if the tanks had been allowed to roll and the reaction time would have been faster, even if they would have gotten the foothold, being able to hold it without being able to get as much supplies to come in would have been devastating. Not to mention that once the Americans got their bridgehead and they started having the docks set up, Mother Nature decided to give the Allies a big middle finger, and I believe it was a hurricane or really high wind, like a major storm rolled through.
And yeah, because the channel is known for horrible weather that changes on a dime.
Yeah, and it destroyed like two or three of the docks. So they were now going from full efficiency to one or two actually being able to be used for a while.
Yeah.
So if they had been able to have the full response time, it could have ended very differently.
And that was the whole thing that postponed D-Day to start with, was the weather.
Yes, and also there was major hesitation to whether the wall could even be breached, which led Stalin to many rants and threatening of getting a peace treaty with Germany.
Yeah,
because technically, the Allies did the Normandy landings in 1944. However, they had promised Stalin as late 1942, so they were a little bit late.
Yeah, just a couple years.
Yeah, no big deal.
I appreciate that, Jesse. I know this is a topic that not everybody is really that interested in, so I am happy for the people we have in the chat. But I find this interesting, and I know Canuck finds this interesting. I know everybody isn't into the world wars that much, or history.
Yeah, it's not a popular topic, I would imagine.
It's another thing. Yeah, you're talking about armor, and some of the odd tanks and things they came up with for World War II. One of them, being the amphibious tank.
Oh yes,
and all of those basically ended up on the bottom of the channel.
Some of them, yeah,
because of the rough seas. They had tested them on like calm, perfect conditions. Well, then they let them off the crafts to swim their way to shore, and there's like 6, 8, 10-foot waves.
Yeah, it's like
so the
plan.
Yeah, the canvas thing that come up on the sides, the waves are just coming over the top of it. So you have a lot of those. I forget now exactly what they called them, but you have a lot of those tanks that just ended up on the bottom of the channel.
Yeah,
because they had not been tested in the proper conditions. They tested them in the perfect conditions of like glass, smooth water.
And actually, Will Gentry brings up a really good point. where people don't learn from history. And one of the funniest, oh, I guess not funniest, but one of the more interesting, I guess, mistakes of World War II is a curious one, and that is the attack on Russia by Germany. And that is that where the Germans stalled, there is precedent for it. Another French leader stalled in the exact same spot for the exact same reason. They forgot that Russia has winter.
Yeah, that is something you would think you would kind of know. I mean,
where and the funniest part about it, and the most I guess head scratcher of them all, is the Dalfi studied this general and almost worshipped at his altar for some degree, and that was Napoleon Bonaparte. He was a major fan of Napoleon and studied him greatly, and it's kind of ironic that that's exactly where the Germans were held up because of winter, was pretty much the exact mistakes that Napoleon made years earlier.
yeah, and the Germans were totally not ready for the winter weather. I mean, you had Germans freezing to death, basically.
Yeah.
Their armor was stuck. It couldn't get through it. And in the meantime, you had the Russians that was used to that. So,
yeah. Well,
I mean, it was another day to the Russians. Like, oh, it's winter. That's cool. Let's keep going.
Because originally the attack on Russia was supposed to take place a lot sooner. However, it was delayed. And many generals had raised up the flag and went, you know what? Maybe we should wait till next spring before we do this. And of course, Dalfi, in his infinite wisdom, went, no, we're doing it now.
Yeah, I said we're going to do it now, and don't wake me up when I'm sleeping in the morning.
Yeah. He famously said, all we have to do is kick the door in, and that's it. The house will fall.
He totally underestimated the Russian military, I think. Not only did he underestimate the winter, he underestimated the Russian military and the amount of people and equipment they had to throw at the Germans.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but in the early parts of that of the war against Russia almost lost. And it got to the point where Stalin actually retired to his house for 3 days, would not answer his phone, would not talk to people. And they're waiting for orders from him. And he had kind of gone into a self-defeatism and got thrown up his hands because
he had basically given up almost.
And it took some brave advisors to go and kick him in the ass and get him back to the capital.
Was that when they had pushed all the way to Stalingrad?
Yeah and then he gave the decree that Stalingrad will be fought till the last man.
Yeah,
and Stalingrad was such a brutal affair. They would, when the Russian soldiers would, when they would charge the German line, the guy in front would have a gun, the guy behind him wouldn't, with the theory that when the guy in front got shot, you'd pick up his gun.
Which I know it's not like a historical movie, but it shows that in that movie, Enemy at the Gates.
Yeah.
The guy in the front shoots. The guy follows the guy that shoots. When the guy that shoots gets killed, you pick up the gun and you shoot.
Yeah.
I mean, they do exactly that at the beginning of the movie Enemy at the Gates.
Yeah. And it was fought tooth and nail and
well, and basically they say Stalingrad is named for Stalin. We cannot let this city fall.
Yeah.
So whatever it takes,
Yeah.
We cannot let it fall.
No,
and again, you have, if you retreat, we're going to shoot our own people.
Yeah.
You
do not let it fall. And honestly, I think if they had gone, instead of diverting there and just gone straight to Moscow, because the tanks weren't that far out of Moscow. If they had gone straight to Moscow, it might have been a little bit different. Also, the other issue that I don't think Dolphy was taking into consideration was just how much assistance Russia was getting from the Allies.
The Lend-Lease program.
Yeah.
I mean, they had their own tanks, but you had whole battalions of Russians that were in Sherman tanks.
Yeah, and not only that, but they had Russians really didn't have trucks. Most of the trucks you see the Russians using in World War II were supplied by the good old US of A.
Yeah, I was I don't know if you ever seen him or not. There's a guy, the Chieftain, on YouTube.
Yes.
He was doing a thing talking about the T-34 and talking about the Sherman, and he was actually saying that there was a lot of Russians that actually preferred the Sherman. Now the T-34 was a good tank in its own right, but he was talking about there was a lot of Russians that actually preferred the Sherman, and they had whole battalions of Sherman tanks from the Lend-Lease program.
Yeah, because the Sherman had room.
It was more space here. It was more ergonomic and had more space in it. Yeah.
And easy. See, the problem with the Sherman, for most accounts, is one, it sat too high.
Yeah,
it had a big shoot me symbol. The other problem with the Sherman at the beginning was it was underarmed. The gun on it was stupidly underarmed.
Yeah, and they learned pretty quick. Kind of like the torpedo fiasco. They learned pretty quick. We keep shooting shit. And it's not doing anything. It's
off.
It's bouncing off.
This is not good.
If we don't hit them in a very specific spot, it's just going to bounce off. They basically had to hit them in the rear where the armor was less.
Yeah, or in the tracks.
Yeah, bust the tracks off, because if they came on it just straight on, they couldn't defeat the armor. It would just bounce off. Yeah. And I actually saw a picture of a German tank that it had been hit, tons and tons by a Sherman with the old gun. And obviously it had like chunks took out of it. You could see where it had been hit by shells, but obviously it wasn't defeated because the shells basically just bounced off.
Yeah. Yeah. And the other problem with the Sherman was when they were underarmed, they were way too top high, and their slanted armor was to be desired. The advantages of the Sherman was, one, it was very mechanically sound. Yeah. And it was very easy to fix in the field. Because the parts were interchangeable so easily. And you could replace an engine in the field. You didn't need a special tech to do that. You could do it in the field. And for that reason, the Sherman was better than what the Germans had, because the Germans' tanks were so over-engineered that these...
German products are known for being well-engineered, but it gets to a point where it's too engineered.
Yeah, it was so overly engineered. It was just one little thing goes wrong and you're hooped.
And that's talking about the Chieftain again. Anybody in the chat, if you're interested in stuff like we're talking about, especially armor, go to the Chieftain's YouTube channel. He does videos on all different kinds of tanks. But he's of course, he was in the Irish military. He was a tanker there. Then he came to the United States. He was a tanker here. But he talks a lot about the Sherman, and the Sherman gets a lot of flack for not being that great. But he points out, especially once it got the better gun, he points out just what you're saying. He's showing like, a German tank, if the transmission went out, it basically had to be taken away, and it took days to fix it.
Yeah.
He's like, the Sherman, you could pull like 10 bolts, drop this panel, slap a new transmission in it in the field, and it could be ready to go in like an hour or two.
Yeah, you're good to go. No, not a problem. Barely an inconvenience. But if you're on the German side, your tank has an instruction manual the size of the Bible. So yeah, you're oh darn, I've got to take this off, move this over, jack this up.
And it almost makes you compare it to like old school American muscle cars compared to like German cars, like German sports cars.
Yeah.
I mean, an old school muscle car, you can take part of a day and put a new engine, transmission, all this other stuff. And in like a German car, you have all this like super fancy engineering, you know.
Yeah.
Good thing. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, they had thought about or tested fielding explosive dogs. Yeah, there was a lot of odd things in World War II to try to defeat tanks and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I would really hate to be a soldier and you know all you've got is a machine gun and there's a Tiger tank coming down the road. It's just like,
yeah,
shit.
Yeah.
Today is not my day.
And it took a while to catch up with the bazooka and all that, you know. And then the Germans ended up, you know, with the Panzerfaust or however you say it.
Yeah.
Which was, I guess, kind of the precursor of almost like an RPG.
Yeah, it was the precursor.
The way it works, it's pretty much a similar thing, a shape charge to defeat armor.
Yeah, one shot, buddy boy. Make it good. But the thing with them were, in that case, they were so easily made and low tech that they were made en masse.
Oh yeah, at one point, I think it was every 30 minutes a Sherman came off the assembly line.
Yeah,
at the height of the buildup of the war, because they had automobile factories and everything could make them because of their simplicity and a lot of the commonality they had with things like automobiles. So you had all these different like car manufacturers that had been swapped over to building Shermans. You know, and they said at one point, every 30 minutes a Sherman came off the assembly line. So I mean, and you talk about the intricacy of the German tanks and the amount of time, obviously, to engineer and build them. They couldn't keep up with the Sherman. May not have been the better tank, but they couldn't keep up with the amount we could throw at them.
Yeah, the Allies went with quantity over quality, and the Germans went with quality over quantity.
And it's also a misconception of, you know, everybody was scared of the Tiger or whatever, but it's also a misconception that they had as many of them as people think they did.
Yeah, they didn't.
Yeah, because they said that out of like a Sherman crew, the chance of you actually running into like one of the dreaded Tigers or whatever was actually low.
Yeah,
on the battlefield, because they didn't have as many of them as people like to think they did. Yeah, when they talk about World War II.
A useless but scary gun platform is look up the Elephant tank.
Oh, yeah, the Elephant. That was the big-ass one, right? That had, like, double tracks, or had these huge tracks.
Yeah, huge tracks, big gun, but no turret, which is just stupid. So basically,
and they figured out it was too heavy to cross any bridges.
Mm-hmm.
And if it hit soft ground, it would sink in because it was so heavy.
Yeah. Not the brightest thing.
It's another one of those things. Maybe you should have thought that out and tested it.
Yeah. Looks good.
Yeah, on paper it was awesome.
Yeah. In practice, not so much, bucko. Not so much.
Do you boys know Matt? No, I don't know who Mad Jack is. Have you ever heard of Mad Jack Canuck?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, Jesse. I'm not familiar with Mad Jack. Or at least refresh my memory. Mad Jack's not the one from the British side that charged with a sword all the time, or a bow and arrow? Churchill. Oh, now he's saying Churchill.
The Churchill tank or Churchill?
He's also okay. Mad Jack. I'll Google Mad Jack real quick and refresh my memory. Oh, Mad Jack is Jack Churchill. Oh, he's the one that. Okay, he is the one I mentioned briefly. He went into battle with the longbow and bagpipes, and he's the only one recorded to get a kill in World War II with a bow and arrow.
Nice.
Yeah, I saw a. He says no relationship to the Churchill, but yeah, I saw a video of a thing about Mad Jack, and I had to refresh my memory. But yeah, he would go into battle with a longbow and bagpipes, and he's the only one. He was crazy as fuck, obviously, and he's the only one that recorded a kill with bow and arrow in World War II.
He's the kind of guy that does the hold my beer and watch this.
Yeah, basically that was his thing. Was hey y'all, hold my beer. I'm going to play the bagpipes, and then I'm going to kill some Nazis with a bow and arrow.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about freaky stuff? Could you imagine all of a sudden arrows come flying at you, and you're like, "What the hell is this?"
Yeah.
Machine guns, okay. Bombs, artillery, okay. Where the hell did the fucking arrows come from?
Yeah. Did I time travel? What the hell?
Yeah. I forgot about. Yeah, I had to refresh my memory. I have heard of Mad Jack. I watched a video on Mad Jack. Yeah, that he and I need to look again. I don't remember if he survived the war or not, but yeah, he always went into battle with a longbow. So we get to D-Day and the follies of D-Day. And we had to, I think while we mentioned the follies of D-Day, we also had to mention our own follies of D-Day, which is the airborne troops.
Oh, yeah.
That were scattered
just
all
give me
over
1 minute.
God.
I have to take a geologia break, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Mad Jack was. I didn't remember the name till I looked it up. But yeah, Mad Jack was okay. He did survive. Okay, yeah, I didn't remember if he did or not. Yeah, he was a crazy bastard. Yeah, I watched a video about him one time talking about how he always carried a longbow. I appreciate everybody being here while we're taking a brief intermission. I appreciate y'all being here. I know this isn't necessarily the typical live stream topic that people talk about on YouTube, but it's interesting to me and obviously interesting to Canuck.
Okay, I'm back. What'd I miss?
Oh, we were just talking about Mad Jack. Jesse Miller said he did survive the war. Oh, and he was before the war. He was an Olympic archer.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. A lot of the people that were eccentric like that were the ones who survived.
Oh, I do remember that. I think Jesse that he was talking about there was a teacher that was bored and joined the Air Force, and he was in like a training biplane or like a scout plane and rigged like bazookas to it, and like was bombing people with bazookas from like a biplane. I think I remember reading something about that. So yeah, we were talking about the horrible scattering of our airborne troops leading up to D-Day, because they were dropped the night before, right?
Yeah, and not only that, but then the other issue that they ran across was they'd have it so that because there were so many people being dropped, you'd have it so your first wave of drops go in and they have an objective. Then they're supposed to hold that objective till the second wave of paratroopers are dropped, and then the third wave, and then the fourth wave. Well, some of the waves were diverted and not allowed to take off because of weather. So you've got the troopers on the ground, and they've only got enough equipment for X amount of time.
Yeah, because you can only jump out of a plane with so much stuff.
Yeah. And not only that, but a lot of the what are they called now? I'm trying to think of the type of plane.
Gliders.
The gliders. The gliders didn't weather as well as they thought they might.
Yeah, a lot of them were overweight. Yeah, a lot of them crashed horribly. Then you had the fact that the Germans had flooded a lot of the fields.
Yes, and put up metal and wooden spikes so that when you landed, you got impaled.
Yeah, so you had guys that landed in water that didn't expect to, that basically drowned.
Yeah.
Because they had a parachute attached to them and all their equipment. And before they could get all that off, they basically drowned in a flooded field.
Yeah. And then the other problem was it didn't go as to plan. So you're expected to be relieved, you're fighting, and you're running low on ammo, you're running low on everything, and your reliefs aren't showing up because they're still in England.
Yeah. And I also read they had those little, I'm sure you've seen them, those little metal clickers.
Yeah. The clicky clacks.
They basically had those as a code basically to know who each other was, because obviously you're not all dropped on top of each other. You're kind of spread out. So you have to rally.
Yeah.
They said the Germans eventually realized what was going on and was killing paratroopers or finding dead paratroopers and taking their clicky clacks.
Yeah.
Basically using them to fool other paratroopers.
And then there was even cases where the entire plan of where they were going to be dropped was actually discovered by one of the commanders on the ground. So they had the full plan right in front of them where they were going to land. So they just set up shop and waited for them.
Waited for them, yeah. And then you had the fact of them being dropped sometimes miles and miles and miles away from where they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
So they're supposed to secure Bridge A, and they end up being like 6 miles from Bridge A.
Yeah, and then sometimes they would be dropped miles away from Bridge A because the photos that they took, it looked like it was heavily air defended. Then they got to the bridge and found out, you know what? We could have been dropped about 6 miles this way because there wasn't that much flak guns here. What the?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead, we had to try to get there, and I know it's not a true documentary, but they show that a lot in Saving Private Ryan, how the paratroopers were dropped all over hell and back, and they tried to put together the best force they could. And then, like you said, that you can only take so many supplies with you. So if you're not reinforced, you're kind of left ass out, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. You fight until you don't have any more supplies, and then you're kind of screwed.
Yeah. And the last thing you want to hear is tanks coming.
Yeah.
Because the paratroopers really deserved a lot more credit and a lot more respect than what they even got, because especially in the United States, because the United States landing didn't exactly go to plan, and neither did the Canadian or the British exactly to plan, and not all the targets were met on time. You'd end up where you had all the troopers land where they're supposed to and everybody takes everything, the reinforcements from the beaches were late.
Yeah.
So now you fought through the adversity of your guys being spread from here to hell, your guys being 2 days late getting there. Then you're fighting, you're going, well, the tanks were supposed to be here 3 days ago. What the
Yeah, it all adds up to a list of follies. It actually makes you surprised that they actually pulled it off at all, because The landings went horrible. The Atlantic Wall wasn't busted up like it was supposed to be. The paratroopers weren't reinforced like they were supposed to be. They didn't get the troops and the armor from the beaches in time like they were supposed to because of the Atlantic Wall. So it's like one thing after another that you almost can't believe, looking back on it now, that it succeeded at all. That it wasn't another Dunkirk, basically.
And the one of the main reasons that it actually was allowed, it wasn't really allowed, but the reason it actually succeeded was because of the way that the German military was structured. Nobody could fart without Dolphy's permission.
Yeah.
So even if a general on the ground is going, you know what? I need this panzer group over here. He couldn't move that panzer group without Dolphy's permission. And if Dolphy didn't think that it was necessary, it didn't happen.
Yeah, he would just say, no.
Yeah.
And
yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
They're not going to try that. Don't
it all kind of boils down to, by that point in the war, Dolphy was batshit crazy. Not that he wasn't necessarily batshit crazy to start with, but by that point in the war, he was basically batshit crazy.
Yeah.
And if he had let more control on the front line to his generals and stuff, it could have been a whole nother ballgame.
Yeah. If his generals would have been, if he would have had more confidence in his, on the boots on the ground, and they would have had a lot more ability to react and then report, it could have been a very, very different outcome.
And by that point in the war, he had got kind of super paranoid.
Oh yeah,
and didn't trust his generals. Didn't trust the people on the ground.
Well, by the end of the war, he had 45 attempts on his life. So, when shit like that happens,
by a lot of people that were supposedly in his inner circle.
Yeah.
So that would tend, I guess, to make you a little paranoid.
Just a little bit. I mean, nowhere to the degree of Stalin paranoid, but he still got paranoid.
Yeah. So we finally, all things considered, somehow, with the shit show that it is, we finally get a foothold in Europe.
Yeah.
And start pushing back Dolphy's crew.
Yeah, and then the other thing that kind of helped but also hankered, which led to Market Garden, was the competition between the leading British general and Patton.
Yeah.
Montgomery and Patton did not see eye to eye. Montgomery and Patton did not like each other.
Well, I mean, and all things considered, if you want to say loud, obnoxious American, that was Patton.
Yeah.
I mean, basically. And then I'm sure Montgomery was, I haven't looked into him a lot, but I'm sure Montgomery was more conservative and more, I'm trying to think of the word I'm looking for. Anyway, opposite of Patton.
Not really. Montgomery was a pompous ass. And what ended up happening was Montgomery ended up screwing over the Americans a lot more than we like to talk about right now, because he would use his pull and get supplies and fuel and stuff diverted to his campaigns, forcing Patton to stop.
And I mean, to put it bluntly, it was basically a dick measuring contest.
Oh yeah, all the way to Berlin, but not so much, because Market Garden was his last folly, shall we say.
Monty was a battle-hardened upper-class Englishman. Of course, He hated Pat. Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to. Is you have the more upper-class Englishman versus the loud, boisterous American.
Yeah. Patton got himself in a few messes.
Yeah, he was pretty hard charging, for better or worse sometimes.
Well, that and his sometimes his politics and abrasiveness did not exactly serve him well, such as slapping the soldier with his glove.
Will Will is a Brit, so he's calling it. Monty was a toff, an upper class toff. There is no way in hell he was going to let some obnoxious upstart Yank who hasn't been fighting in his war till the end.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I mean, we do have to look at it that way. I mean, look how long the British have been at war.
Yeah.
When finally we step in, like, oh, hey, we're here to save the day.
Yeah.
And they've been at war for all this time.
Yeah.
You know, and technically we haven't. I mean, other than like you're talking about the ports, ships being sunk at ports and stuff like that, we haven't been at war to the degree that the British have been at war.
No.
So all of a sudden here we are to save the day. We're the Americans, and they're like, this is fucking old news for us. We've been at war for years.
Yeah, and it did not help that like when Canada or Britain, who had been in it from the beginning, would try to okay, we learned our lesson with this, so you should really do this. They'd get the middle finger. So
Yeah.
it was. And then there's the whole Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt dynamic, and then the guy who got hung out to dry the most was Truman. I don't know if you know much about that one, but yeah, the guy I feel in power anyway, the guy I feel the most sorry for was Truman.
Elaborate on that for us if you want to.
Well, Truman was the VP for Roosevelt.
Okay.
However, Roosevelt basically went on the theory, military planning, military strategy, and what we are doing in the war is on a need to know, and you don't need to know.
Yeah.
He didn't know about the Manhattan Project until after Roosevelt died.
Really? See, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was basically kept in the dark and told to go smile for the cameras and shut up and let me run my war. You moron.
Which I mean, if you think about it, that's kind of how all VPs are.
Yeah, it was just
in American politics.
Yeah, it was just, you're the VP. Shut up, dude. Just smile for the cameras and be a good little boy, and leave the war to me, Bucko. Well, yeah, when Truman had to take over, he was kind of informed. Oh, by the way, we have this Manhattan Project, and we have this, we have that, and
yeah.
Oh, you got to meet with Churchill and Stalin right away. What?
Yeah, he's like, huh? Yeah. I know you kind of have a full plate, but you need to do this, this, and this.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, what you've been told is not exactly accurate.
You're on a need to know basis. At that point, you didn't need to know, but I think you kind of need to know it now.
Yeah. Sorry to tell you this, but yeah, everything you know is kind of out of date and bullshit. So let me explain to you what's actually happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, and that's always boggled my mind because it's like Roosevelt knew he his health was going down, and he still refused to let Truman in. Right till the end, he refused to let Truman in on anything. Truman wasn't allowed to step in for him on anything, and he was basically kept in the dark and told, smile for the cameras and bolster the American people and leave the war to me, you moron.
It almost speaks again to American ignorance. I mean, not ignorance, but oh damn, what's the word I'm looking for? Arrogance. I'm sorry, that's the word I was looking for. American arrogance.
Well, and it also spoke to
or his arrogance, I should say.
Yeah, and well, Roosevelt was like he made sure that when the cameras were rolling, he was standing. He was,
Oh yeah, he never
you
wanted
know,
anybody to know his
oh,
health was as bad as it was. Yeah,
it took a lot. It was a blow to him to be seen in a wheelchair. It was, any weakness he didn't want to show. So, he had the metal apparatus that would help him stand, and when he gave a speech, he was standing for his speech, and
yeah.
et cetera. It was who he was.
Arrogance is ignorance. Really, that's a good point, Will. It can be. Yeah, I agree. That it can be.
But yeah, Truman got the shaft on that one, and then
He basically had it thrown in his lap. It's like, here
yeah,
you go.
it's like,
Good
well,
luck.
you were never meant to run this war, but shite.
Good. Here you go. Good luck.
Yeah, it was like, well, okay, before you open your mouth, we need to have a conversation because you need to know about a few things.
It's like if there really are aliens at Area 51 and you can elect a president. Oh, by the way, Canuck, there's this whole thing with aliens at Area 51. Just so you know.
Yeah,
we
we said that was bullshit. Well,
yeah, we have some little gray men and a flying saucer in the desert. I don't know if you need to know about that or not. We just wanted to kind of fill you in on that, just in case you needed to know that.
Saucer and World War II, there is a connection.
Oh yeah, I know the Germans built some aircraft or experimental aircraft that basically looked like flying saucers.
Yes, and so did the United States afterwards.
Which is off topic, but leads a lot to the whole alien Area 51 conspiracy. I think is if you've never seen, we'll just say like the stealth fighter or the stealth bomber.
Yeah.
If you've never seen a flying wing black stealth bomber and you randomly see it, it's going to look like a spaceship. It's not going to look like any plane you've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, especially the winged bomber. I mean, that's just
it looks like a triangle UFO.
Yeah.
That's saucers and triangles are two of the main UFOs you hear about, and if you see a stealth bomber, it's a triangle UFO. Not to get slightly off topic.
Hey, Seth.
Hey, Brozetta. You're still in Alabama. I hope you're having a safe trip. Drive safely.
The other one, with near the end of World War II, there was a submarine that luckily didn't quite make it to Japan, because what had happened was Hitler had, or I shouldn't say, Delphi.
That's okay. We can sneak a few in. I think it'd be all right.
Sent plans for the nuclear bomb, the German research on it, to Japan, and also a taken apart piece by piece jet was in the submarine hold.
Really?
Yeah.
So that's a new one on me. Like I said, I think you're way more up on this stuff, so I'm also learning things from you on this stream, because I'm super into history, but I think you're more well read in this stuff than I am.
I'm a World War II nut. I've almost watched every documentary that's come out ad nauseum. And then some of it I just sit there and go, well, that's not right. Like, it used to bug me when they would mention the Blitz, and they would go, and the narrative was how terrible it was and how brutal it was. And it's like, seriously? Yes, they got bombed. It was for 6 months. Go talk to Dresden. Then come talk to me, London.
Yeah.
Right. And the reason I single out Dresden is because Dresden had very little military significance. Very, very little. I mean, there was military targets there, but nothing major, shall we say. And it was firebombed out of existence. Like, the fires burned for 3 days.
Which they get to that point, and they're I think trying to basically make the German people give up.
Yeah,
or give up on Dolphy.
Yeah, it's the old theory of shock and awe.
Yeah, which also would fast forward to the Pacific campaign, which we haven't quite got that far yet. But the whole way that the war ended with the Japanese is shock and awe.
Yes, and actually, when we get there, I've got a few controversial points on that, just because I'm that kind of an a-hole.
Yeah, so we've generally talked D-Day. I don't know really how much we need to. Is there anything else you really want to cover in the European campaign? I mean, to me, it's
European campaign. The biggest mistake, really, that Churchill got right, that Roosevelt vetoed, was allowing Russia to take Berlin.
Yeah,
Russia should have never been allowed to take Berlin.
Yeah, because that basically ends up starting us into the Cold War.
And Churchill had argued against it and was vetoed by Roosevelt. And Roosevelt's thinking was basically, let them do it. We lose less men.
Yeah, man, which is a valid point, but at the same point, that's a very high value target to show you took.
Yeah. And the controversies that came out of that led to a multi-season TV show, Hunting Dolphy, because it was the Russians who took Dolphy's bunker, not the Allies. And for years and years and years, they claimed to have Dolphy's skull.
Yeah.
In the Kremlin.
Yeah, because he had, after, wait a minute, garage door, I'm sorry, let me mute for a second. It just so happens the garage is right under my office, so when my wife opens the garage door, it sounds like Armageddon's happening in my office.
All good, all good.
Okay. So, yeah, supposedly after Dolphy offed himself, they took him out of the bunker, him and Ava Braun, and burnt their bodies, correct?
Yes.
So the Russians basically find what is supposed to be a burnt up Dolphy and Ava Braun.
Yeah. So they claimed for years that they had Dolphy's skull. And, well, after the fall of the USSR, they were able to go in and do some forensics. And the skull that they claimed was Dolphy's happened to be feminine and much too young to be either
Ava Braun or Dolphy.
Yeah.
and then you get the fact that he got so paranoid by the end of the war that Dolphy had a lot of stand-ins.
Yes.
Which is, in more modern times, Saddam Hussein, I believe, did the same thing.
Yeah.
He had a lot of doubles because he was paranoid, just like Dolphy was paranoid. Because, like you said, once you get like many people trying to take you out and assassinate you, you kind of get a little bit paranoid.
Yeah.
Plus the syphilis and the drugs didn't help.
Yes.
So when you put assassination on top of the syphilis and the drugs, you tend to get a bit
feel good.
You tend to get a little bit paranoid, I would say.
And then the other ones that have come out ever since the fall of the USSR that is kind of interesting that tie into that is the fact that Stalin never gave up looking.
I mean, I know we're kind of getting into conspiracy theory land
Yeah,
now, but
yeah.
I think there is a lot of credence to the fact that I'm not saying he's still alive somewhere, that he
No.
necessarily escaped, but I think there is a good chance that Dolphy didn't end in the bunker,
Yeah,
and at least escaped to somewhere.
yeah. I could buy it. It's believable. It is
Now,
believable.
now, whether I believe the whole U-boat that took him to
Yeah,
Argentina, and
no,
I don't know that I necessarily believe that, but
yeah, I don't.
I do think there's a good chance that either the Russians A lied for some reason, or B Dolphy did at least escape for a time.
Yeah. And then the other one is like when the Allies should have never allowed Russia to take Berlin ever.
Yeah.
And even Patton was dead against that.
Oh yeah, he was racing for Berlin.
Oh yeah, he wanted
and
Berlin,
and then he was held back.
yeah, and then unfortunately he died crossing the street. That's just wrong.
Yeah, it is bad.
And then so if we end the Western, well, the only other thing I'd say is a lot of credence has to go to the undergrounds.
Oh yeah,
years, like just how much they actually influenced and how much they weren't given credit, and
and how many of them died?
yeah.
I mean, if you think just the French resistance, how many of them were caught and killed by the Nazis?
Yeah.
I mean, during World War II, and a lot of what we accomplished with D-Day and everything basically in the European theater probably would not have happened without the French resistance, because they were reconnaissance, they were blowing stuff up, you know, they were doing all kinds of stuff behind the scenes to assist us in actually being able to carry out D-Day.
Yeah. With I mean, they did a lot of they put their lives, literally lives, on the line, and they didn't really have to, but they did anyway.
Sabotage, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Sabotage. They sabotaged, I mean, railroad lines, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and they got a lot of information out that we wouldn't have known, and halted a few things, and kind of went, you really should do a bombing raid over here. Just saying.
Hey, it just so happens we figured out they're making planes over here.
Yeah,
maybe you may want to put a couple bombs in this factory right here.
Yeah, you might want to blow the hell out of that. And the other one that really, and it's just because where I'm from, a lot of what irks me is the Canadian Merchant Marines, who really don't get, up until recently, really haven't got the credit that they deserved either for defending Britain on the Atlantic. Because
and honestly, to me, the Canadians don't get credit much at all in World War II.
No,
it's the British and the Americans.
Yeah, because
there was I think a couple Canadians there.
And sometimes it gets really bad because you'll watch something and they'll mention, well, the British were here and the British did this. And then when they actually go into what regiment was there, it's a Canadian regiment they're talking about. But
yeah, they just lump the Canadians in with the British.
Yeah, and it's just like, screw you.
So we screw up and let Stalin take Berlin.
Yeah, and then the as Churchill famously said, the Iron Curtain has fallen on Europe. Yeah. And then now if you move over to the I guess the Pacific, that's where things got a little bit more interesting. And what a lot of people don't know is that as early as Okinawa, there were British ships there. and British troops.
See, oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you were talking about the British colonies in the Pacific region.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a lot of people don't know that either because they just assume, oh, it's the Americans going after the Japanese to get back at them for Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
So, you know.
So, I mean, they had battle groups. I mean, the United States took the lead because they had the bigger fleet, but the British were always in a support role for the most part.
Yeah.
And yes, Queen Elizabeth II is our queen as well.
Will just has to point that out.
However, if Charles takes the throne, I don't know how long that's going to. Can we just skip Charles, please?
Yeah, I think I don't know. I don't know Will Gentry's thought on it, but yeah, I'm not over there, and I would agree we kind of need to skip Charles, go to somebody else.
Yeah.
Not Charles. So now we get into the Pacific Theater and the crazy resolve of the Japanese.
Oh,
I mean, the undying crazy resolve of the Japanese.
Yeah, they and French accents only in about 1.5 provinces. But yeah, the Japanese were, they'd never been defeated, right? They defeated Russia. They basically destroyed China, and a lot of that, when they did Pearl Harbor, not only did they do Pearl Harbor, but then you get Hong Kong, you get the Philippines, and their main grab for land and power.
Yeah.
And the political reasons why that lit the powder keg, which was the United States putting an oil embargo on them. But, you know.
Yeah, Will Gentry agrees. Charlie is a weirdo. I do wonder if he'll just abdicate and just hand it to William.
I hope so.
Yeah, that really would be.
Do. I mean, the royal family, in my opinion, the royal family has stayed a monarchy because where Elizabeth doesn't have political clout, she has respect and influence. Charles does not wield either.
Yeah, and I could see William at least wielding respect.
He's popular.
Yeah. And honest, I mean, and I know we're getting off on a side note like we have been several times, but honestly, I mean, and I'm not up in the royal family like I'm sure Will is because he lives over there, but honestly, to me, from his actions, I don't know that Charles really wants to take the throne, honestly.
Charles reminds me of Queen Victoria's son. Queen Victoria was now, because of Elizabeth, the second longest reigning monarch. And he had to wait in the wings to take the throne for so bloody long. It was often a joke that he was not going to take the throne because his mother was going to outlive him.
Which is kind of the same position that Charles is in.
Yeah. And the day after, or the day that Victoria passed, there's a story to give kind of an idea of his sentiments. When he went to go and check on the naval yards that day, all the ship's flags were at half-mast. And he went to the high-ranking official and said, "Why in the blue hell are your flags at half-mast?" And the answer was, "Well, our queen is dead." And he looked at him and he says, "Your king lives, raise your damn flags." And he kept going. So, yeah, Charles has been chomping at the bit to get the throne for a while now. The problem is his popularity, especially after Diana, is not the best. So where Queen Elizabeth can get away with a lot on respect and just her influence around the world, Charles will not have that luxury.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
And I think Will Gentry agrees. Yeah, because he said the people respect William in a way they just don't or won't respect Charles.
yeah.
So maybe that's what will happen. So now we're in the Pacific Theater, which in my opinion, the Pacific Theater is almost worse than the European theater just because of the enemy you're fighting.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to say the Nazis were crazy. I mean, a lot of that was they just, I mean, honestly, when it comes down to it, I'm not saying horrible things didn't happen in Europe, but you had a lot of just soldiers following orders.
Yeah.
These people on the Pacific side, they blindly follow the orders of the emperor to the death.
Yeah.
There's no surrender.
No, there's no surrender. There's no giving up ground. I mean, to give you an idea, the Yamamoto, which was the biggest battleship, basically, of the Japanese Navy, was sent out on a kamikaze mission. It didn't have enough fuel to make it back to port. It was sent out to die gloriously.
Yeah, because if you can't win, you're going to at least die gloriously.
Yeah.
Because that's the way things are.
Yeah. And the struggle with Japan was that they were willing to fight to the last man. And you were not only dealing with like a military government, you were dealing with an ideology. The emperor could do no wrong.
He was a god to them, basically.
Yeah. And so as long as the emperor said fight, they're fighting. And to retreat would be to dishonor your emperor, and you might as well die. Anyway.
Which is still a thing a lot in Japanese culture, not necessarily with the emperor, but nobody wants to look bad in Japanese culture. That's like the ultimate taboo.
Yeah.
Is to bring shame on you or your family.
Yeah. And with like when you go through like the brutality of it, where if you're part of an American contingent and you have bayonets and you go and attack the enemy line and they have machine guns, you fall back and rethink the situation and you wait for better armament.
Yeah.
With the Japanese, however, it was, we'll just send more bayonets.
Yeah. It's almost like the Russians like, well, we'll just throw more people at it.
Yeah, we'll just throw more people at it. However, as much as they are kind of looked at as stupid and as cruel as their tactics were, they worked. Kamikaze did way more damage to the United States Navy than any of the Japanese surface fleet ever did.
Well, and on top of that, you have the psychological effect.
Yeah.
How are you going to defeat an enemy that's ready to die?
Yeah.
We don't really want to die. We want to make it home to our wives and loved ones.
Yeah.
They're out here to die, basically.
Yeah. Okinawa, they had to go tunnel to tunnel with a flamethrower. because it was even when the war was lost, even when the battle was lost, they're still fighting. They're not surrendering, and they're going to tell their civilians, you fight too, because they're going to rape and kill you, and you know all
Well,
these wonderful things.
you had civilians jumping off cliffs to their death after the Japanese lost an island because they had convinced the people that lived there that we were going to rape and pillage, and even the locals did not want to disappoint the emperor. So you had women with their babies in their arms jumping into the sea to their death because they had been told we were going to rape them and pillage them and all this other stuff, and they didn't want to disappoint the emperor.
Yes. And so as they started losing ground, they started getting more and more desperate. And I mean, they came up with wonderful little things like a human guided missile. Human guided torpedo.
Yeah.
That was interesting. They also came up with a way to attack the United States, which was innovative, never used. And actually, we didn't find out about it till after the war was over and they surfaced. But the Japanese had built these super subs. And in the super sub, there was one aircraft that could be launched.
Oh, I think I watched a documentary about this before. Yeah, there was like a hangar. There was like a hangar built into the sub, and it was supposed to get close and then let the airplane out.
And then bomb a city, yeah. As a terror tactic. So, it's a lot different when you hear about, London being bombed as opposed to New York had a bomb land on it yesterday out of the blue. Oh, darn. Suddenly brings it home.
They did also have, I don't think they ever used but a couple of them, but they did also have the a man-guided bomb, which was like a step up from the kamikaze airplanes.
Yeah, and
it was called the Cherry Blossom, I think is what it was called. And
Cherry Blossom. Was that the man bomb, or was that the balloons with the bomb on it that actually made it to the States? And there's actually
the Cherry Blossom, I think, was the man-guided bomb, if I remember right. And it was basically a guided missile guided by a person.
Okay.
And it would be launched from an airplane, and the person would guide it to a ship or whatever, and the nose of it was like a 2,000-pound bomb or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the balloons were called. That was the other thing I was going to bring up of like odd and strange weapons was the balloon bombs that actually bombed the United States.
Yeah, they did, and some of them didn't go off. And then in the 90s, there was one that was actually found, and these things still are. There's rumors that there's still some possibly that could be just laying dormant somewhere. And somebody will accidentally go to dig up their backyard one day, and oops.
Fugo is what they called the balloon bombs. They called them Fugo is what they called them, but they were I can't fucking pronounce this. Fusen Bakuden or balloon bomb that was released in the Pacific jet stream.
Yeah,
and they carried 4 incendiaries and 1 30-pound high explosive bomb.
Yeah.
And if I remember right, the balloon was just made of paper, right?
Yeah, it was just really low tech.
But it was paper, and the bombs and shit were hanging from like ropes.
Yeah. And it would work on a timer system, and then they just drop.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think some of them actually hit like California and stuff. Yeah.
They actually made it.
Just this super basic thing. But yeah, I don't remember what the man-guided submarine or torpedo was. Like I said, I remember the step up from the kamikaze, which was basically a guided bomb.
I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, but I think it's something like the Catan or the Kitron or something like that. Starts with a K. But one of the reasons that the United States was wary about attacking mainland Japan was they had a lot of this stuff in reserve, like planes just for kamikaze. They had a lot of the manned torpedoes, and when they went after the main island, that's when they were gonna,
Kai-10.
Yeah, Kai-10. There we go.
Yeah, Kaiten.
Yeah,
is the man guided torpedo or submarine, whichever you want to call it.
Yeah, the submarine that goes boom.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because the Japanese had said the same thing about invading us: is we could never invade America because there'd be a rifle behind every blade of grass, and I think that's kind of the same thing that we thought about actually invading, like Tokyo.
Yeah, well, the death toll predictions for a mainland invasion of Japan, mainland Japan, were astronomical. And to the buildup of the end of World War II or the surrender of Japan, one of the major things that was kind of a deciding factor was they had been pressuring Stalin to open up a second front.
Yeah, to join in.
Yeah,
on the battle with Japan.
He dragged his heels a little bit.
Yeah, he's like, I mean, I've kind of done my thing over here, so I mean, I'm kind of all right.
Yeah, I'm good.
Hold on just a second. Let me use the facilities real quick.
Yeah. But yeah, so I'll go off on. I don't see anything in the chat too much, but what interesting little tidbit can I throw in? Well, there's MacArthur. No, I should wait for Han for that one. To talk about MacArthur's little I shall return. Well, here's an interesting little tidbit. For the port of St. John's, which is in eastern Canada, off the coast of Newfoundland, they had to put metal netting down because German subs had made it all the way that far. And yeah, so they even had to do protection in the port of St. John's. But that was also because St. John's, Newfoundland, was one of the launching points for a lot of the convoys.
All right. Sorry, I'm back.
All right.
I drank all these Bloody Marys and had to get rid of some of them.
Yeah, that's usually the way it works.
Backtracking slightly, because it made me think of it talking about the kamikaze weapons of Japan. I watched a video just a couple days ago that was like odd aircraft or odd designs of World War II from the Germans. And one of them was actually a man-guided V2 rocket.
I don't know about. I know about the zipper. Well, the rocket the jet that would take off and then free fall to the earth.
Yeah, this was basically just a V2 rocket. They put a little cockpit in, and you actually, it was so small that you actually had to lay on your stomach to fly it.
Oh wow!
Because it was basically the same size as a V2 with just basically a small cockpit added to it.
Yeah.
And the theory was it was not this is what's funny about it. It's not a kamikaze weapon. The theory was that they would aim it at, say, a ship or a target, and then that the pilot would bail out. But the thing about that is you're bailing out from your stomach with a jet engine behind you.
Yeah. Well, not only
So-
that, but you're not exactly landing in friendly territory.
So they're like, yeah, they never used them. They
No.
did test them, but they never used them. And they said basically there was like a 1% or less chance that the pilot actually wouldn't have died. So it was basically 99.9%. If you did that, you would have basically have been a kamikaze, because if not, you had a pulse jet engine behind you and it was going at like 600 something miles an hour or whatever. So you were going to try to bail out from your stomach at like 600 something miles an hour with a pulse jet engine behind you.
Yeah.
And out of this little bitty cockpit that was so cramped that it would almost be impossible to get out of to start with, because you fit in it basically like a glove.
Yeah.
But it was something they actually never fielded, but they tested.
Stick
And
it right between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye.
well, the funny thing about it is they tested it and they had some test pilots die.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. So
Surprised me.
they actually tabled it because they said it wasn't going to work, because basically you had to have people willing to die to do it,
Yeah.
Which the Japanese were like, we got a lot of people willing to die. That sounds good to me.
Yeah, they're lining up.
But anyway, back to Pacific. I'm sorry, a slight detour there. I just remembered that because I had seen that on a video I watched just a couple days ago. But
Yeah. See, in the Western, in the European atmosphere, your main general is Patton, and in the Pacific, you're MacArthur.
yeah, who is another larger than life general.
Yeah.
I mean, World War II, you have Patton and MacArthur. You can't really find many larger than life generals other than maybe Chesty Puller from Korea, the Korean War.
Yeah,
which is a whole nother topic. But
yeah, and MacArthur's fighting one too many wars kind of didn't help. His disgrace in Korea wasn't good, but yeah, because he had assured the president that the Chinese would not invade.
Yeah, my dad. We're getting slightly off topic again.
Yeah,
my dad was actually in the Korean War. So
okay,
from beginning to end, he was in the Marines, which Chesty Puller, was the Marine commander.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's all kinds of stories about that from my dad. But
yeah. So in the Pacific, they basically get their butts kicked off the main islands, and they go back to basically fall back to Australia, and that's where your bases are, Australia and Midway, and of course Hawaii.
Yeah,
Pearl Harbor. But then they decide to do the island jumping, and
which sounds cool on paper, but then when we take the enemy into account again, I mean, it's utter hell.
Yeah,
because you have an enemy that's going to fight to the last man, no surrender. And they're gonna do whatever it takes, even if it means them dying, to keep you from getting an inch of ground.
Yeah. Yeah, and it got. I would say the battlefields in the Pacific were almost basically the same brutality to some degree, without the trench suffering of World War One. Because it was just a meat grinder.
Yeah, it was basically World War One without the trenches. You put up a good point, because, and a lot, honestly, in my opinion, and not that my opinion means a whole lot, but in my opinion, a lot of people overlook the Pacific campaign.
Yeah, they do.
In World War II, they look at the main, because of Dolphy. And obviously, don't get me wrong, obviously horrible atrocities happen in Europe.
Yes.
And Dolphy was a very bad boy. But as far as American casualties and the fight aspect goes, a lot of people overlook the Pacific campaign against the Japanese, which in a lot of ways was worse than the European campaign just because of the enemy you were facing.
Yeah, and not only that, but just the logistics of it. Like, it was touch and go for a while.
Oh yeah, I mean, up until almost the end, up until they basically decimated the Japanese fleet.
Yeah.
Which was what, Midway?
No.
When they okay, it wasn't. See, I'm not up on my history like you are.
No, the final stand was the Leyte Gulf.
Okay, the Battle of Leyte Gulf.
That was the final major offensive when the Japanese Navy could still put together 3 fleets and attack from 3 different vectors.
So that was the final nail in the coffin for the Japanese fleet. And the thing about the Pacific War is it relied much more on Navy power.
Yeah.
Where in Europe was more air superiority because it was more a ground war. But when you're hopping island to island, obviously you need the naval power to back you up.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about crazy, there was in Leyte Gulf, in that battle, it may not be Leyte Gulf itself, but in that general time zone, they had a battle where the main force was pulled off to attack a carrier group that was a decoy. And the main Japanese force was coming up another way and weren't detected. So what was left behind was a couple of destroyers, some frigates, and nothing major, no major ships. And this one Fletcher class destroyer kind of showed a whole bunch of craziness. Because what ended up happening was these destroyers and frigates that were never meant to engage a main battle fleet ended up going up against the Yamamoto. So,
which was their biggest battleship, right?
Yeah. So you have like battleships and destroyers and cruisers basically attacking a fleet that should have been decimated, and because of the sheer determination of the Americans at the time, and because the commanders in charge of the Japanese fleet decided, well, if they're attacking us like this, they've got to have more than what we're seeing, and they pulled back. But if they had actually just stayed and fought, they would have won because they had the numbers and they had the firepower. But a Fletcher class destroyer charged the Yamamoto, and it got blown to hell for it. But they held them off long enough for the main force to make it back.
And what we were talking about the dedication of the Japanese military to the emperor. It's not taking a side note because it has to do with World War II, but I'm sure you've heard of the last Japanese soldier to surrender in World War II.
Possible.
Hiru Onoda. It took him 3 decades to surrender.
Oh, yeah. I remember now. Okay, yeah.
The last Japanese soldier like that. Let's see. He was in the Philippine jungle. He was finally persuaded in 1974 to come out of hiding in the Philippine jungle. He spent 3 decades in the jungle, initially with 3 comrades, and then finally alone. He came to be seen as the example of the extraordinary lengths that which some Japanese soldiers would go to demonstrate their loyalty to the then emperor, in whose name they fought. Refusing to believe that the war had ended with Japan's defeat in August 1945. Onoda drew on his training in guerrilla warfare to kill as many as 30 people who he mistakenly believed to be enemy soldiers. They were just like Filipino people.
Yeah.
And they finally got him to surrender when his former commanding officer traveled to where they knew his hideout was on the island and convinced him that the war had ended on like a loudspeaker.
Wow.
So for 3 decades, this dude fought a guerrilla war in the Philippines.
Yeah.
After World War II ended because of the emperor.
Yep. Well,
he didn't believe the war was over.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go to the end of World War II, like the Japan's final surrender, or if you want to still talk about some.
I mean, we can. I mean, not to generalize, but island hopping in the Pacific is kind of island hopping in the Pacific, so to speak.
Yeah.
I mean, it was hell.
It was hell.
I mean, you can basically cover it as what the naval battles were, and we've already covered kind of the final defeat of the Japanese fleet, and hopping island to island was hell.
Yeah,
because you had a determined enemy that would bonsai charge you, even if they thought they were going to lose with bayonets or swords, because they didn't care. Yeah, they didn't care.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want to fast forward, that's fine with me. I mean, I know it's kind of the Cliff Notes version. We could go island per island, but that basically covers the Pacific, campaign.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah. So now, near the end of the war, Tokyo is basically decimated. It's been basically reduced to rubble, but that's what happens when you drop incendiary bombs on a wooden city.
Yeah, a city that's made of wood and paper.
Yeah,
that was the basic Japanese construction, and going to weird weapons. I'm sure you've heard of the bat bombs.
Yeah,
where they were going to drop bats with little incendiaries on their wings because they would go into the attics of the paper and wood houses. And then set the houses on fire.
Yeah. So, since we've already dabbled in a little bit of conspiracy theory, let's have some fun.
Oh yeah.
World War II. There are some evidence of it, but I mean, it's not like the smoking gun kind of thing. However, there are papers that show that there was some talks, and whether they were listened to or not is relevant. But the story goes the nukes never had to be dropped.
Yeah.
And their story on that is that there was 2 competing arguments of thought. The politicians in Japan wanted the war over. They realized this isn't going to happen. The problem was the military arm was like, no. This isn't going to happen. And they had basically kept the emperor in check.
They were basically, he was a puppet for them, basically. Towards the end, he was basically their puppet.
Yeah. So now what had happened was there was some talks between the United States and Japan while the buildup is happening. Because the undertaking of taking the mainland of Japan was daunting, to say the least. Nobody really wanted to do it because the body count would have just been astronomical.
Well, I mean, even if you just take into account taking one island in the Pacific and then times that by thousands and thousands or hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the body count from one island. So you can imagine taking the home islands.
So the problem that the people who wanted a peace treaty ran into was the United States was hellbent and determined that they would get a unconditional surrender.
Yeah.
One of the main conditions that the Japanese would not relinquish on was that the emperor could not be held at fault. Because they had seen what happened in Germany, right? With the Nuremberg trials.
Oh, yeah,
okay?
yeah.
So they had seen what had happened where, they're put on trial for war crimes. Well, you can't do that to the emperor.
Oh, yeah, because the emperor is basically a god to them. You can't put a god on trial.
Stay in power, right?
Yeah.
Now, even as a figurehead, he was to stay in power. And so they're like, no, unconditional surrender. Done. Full stop. And they're like, well, no, we can't have the emperor, this isn't going to work.
Yeah,
And
because he still has the pull that he had that
Yeah.
all this happened to start with.
Yeah. This is not going to end well.
just like you couldn't leave Dolphy in power.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't say, "Oh, okay, we all agree to disagree. The war is over. Dolphy, have a good time."
Yeah. Well, here's the kicker. So, now this part there is evidence of. Up until the nukes were dropped, there were 5 cities that were put on a list. And on this list was do not bomb under any circumstance. Nagasaki, Hiroshima, and 3 others were put on a no bomb list. Can you guess why?
No.
So the reasoning for them not being put on a bomb list was simple. They needed a city that was still fully functional and had not been damaged, so that when they did drop the nuke, they could actually see the full devastation of the new toy.
Oh, that's super evil. If you think about it now, that's super evil.
Yeah. That's why I said we're going to go into the weeds a little bit.
No worries. I'm definitely into going into the weeds.
So basically, these 5 cities are set aside, and they're nobody's told why, right? They're just no. These are off limits. You do not bomb them, and they weren't bombed for the entire war. They weren't bombed.
So the people in those cities are like, man, we fucking lucked out.
Yeah.
We're pretty safe here. Everything else, Tokyo's bombed all to hell. We're just living a kind of normal life over here. This is pretty great.
Yeah, we're living at large. But so these cities are basically assigned for the nuke because they if you drop it on Tokyo, well, Tokyo's already pretty much decimated.
Yeah,
right?
it's already totally destroyed, so you're not going to really get a gauge of how good the new toy works.
Yeah, we're not sure how the new toy is going to work. So.
See, I never thought of it that way. That's a very interesting thought. Yeah, we want a really good test of how good this really works.
Yeah,
and we don't want to test it on something that's already screwed up.
Yeah. So now, conveniently, right as this is building up to where they're going to drop the nuke, they're in private talks. We'll surrender, but the emperor's off limits. Nope, unconditional surrender. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So then the President Truman goes on his little telecast says, you have 24 hours to surrender or we will unleash hell. Paraphrasing. And at the same time, Russia invades Japan.
So they finally open up the other front we've been wanting them to open up.
They open up the other front. Now, because of what happened in Germany, all of a sudden, them opening up another front isn't such a good idea. Because Stalin's not so good on giving back land he has rolled tanks over. So we need this war over, and we need it over yesterday. Because the more Stalin and his troops attack, the more land that Stalin's going to be able to grab. This isn't such a good idea anymore.
No, honestly, like I said, you're way more red on this than I am. Russia opened up another front. Where did they open up the other front at? Like what did they attack?
China. They came
in
through China, like still mainland, not on the island.
But they were creeping towards Japan.
Yeah, retaking some of Japanese held territory.
Yeah, where Japan. Russia. Yeah, okay. Yeah, where Japan had invaded China, they were taking some of the land back. Okay,
I can't exactly geographically tell you, but yeah, they opened up the second front, and they were doing well. They were steamrolling through. So there all of a sudden became a sudden urge to, well, shit, if Russia is allowed to take this and this and this, they're not probably giving that back. So it suddenly became a urgency to end World War II. So the first bomb is dropped, and Hiroshima goes up like a matchstick. Or was it Nagasaki first? No, Hiroshima first. So Hiroshima goes up like a matchstick. And the devastation is bad. But Japan still doesn't surrender because they want the emperor not to have a problem.
Yeah, they want the emperor to walk away scot-free.
Yeah.
Because it's their god, basically.
Yeah. And
they don't want him put on trial and
Yeah.
possibly hung like the Nuremberg trials.
Yeah, this would be bad. So the second bomb is dropped. Now Japan surrenders. Now here's where this is where the conspiracy theory gets a hold, and why they say the nukes never had to be dropped. That group say the nukes never had to be dropped. The supposed peace treaty that was later found, but can't be confirmed nor denied, that was proposed, is the exact peace treaty that was signed on the Missouri. Because if you go back and you look at the trials that took place in Japan that were equal to the Nuremberg trials, the emperor is never mentioned, not by name, ever. It was the military hierarchy's problem, not the emperor. The emperor bears no fault coming out of World War II. And the emperor is kept as a puppet leader, with McCarthy as the overseeing governor of Japan and the Philippines. However,
which it got to a point where the emperor was kind of the puppet leader anyway for the military.
Yeah, but he was left as emperor after World War II. So everything they had asked for pre-bomb was exactly the way it ended up playing out in the end.
It just so happened hundreds of thousands of people died. Yeah. People died between then and the end.
yeah. Just different way of getting there. And some speculate that, Truman wanted to kind of give the middle finger to Russia and kind of go, look what we have that you don't.
Yeah, it was obviously, to say what we said earlier, it was obviously a dick measuring contest.
Yeah, it was like
we came up. We know that Germany was trying to come up with this. We know you're trying to come up with this. Guess what? We already have it.
Yeah, we
look at this. Isn't that cool? Look what we already have.
Yeah. How'd you like that to drop on Moscow? How about you just sit down and shut up now? So it was a power move in those people's opinion, and that the nukes never had to be dropped to end World War II. And then you have the mainstay that say without the bombs being dropped, thousands more would have died. And
and
no way of really being able to prove it one way or the other.
That was the whole reason why they, I guess, slept better at night dropping the bombs when they killed basically just civilians, was there would be so many more American lives lost if we didn't do this.
Well, American, British, Canadian, because we were.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were all signed on to go, but yeah.
So I'm an American again. I forget about the Canadians and the Brits. I'm sorry. Which is what you were talking about earlier.
It's all right. The Brits forget about us all the time, so don't feel bad.
Oh man, and it's interesting because I also recently watched a documentary. There I go again, talking about I recently watched a documentary talking about the Manhattan Project and them, originally making the bombs, and the scientists were adamant that they didn't want them used against civilians.
Yeah.
A lot of them were super torn between actually completing the project because they didn't want it used against civilians, and in the end, that's what it was used against, was basically just civilians.
Yeah, and not only that, but I mean, they were scared that the whole atmosphere was going to go boom.
Yeah,
And
I mean, at that point, they didn't really know what was going to happen if you dropped something like. I mean, they had done some tests, but they didn't really know what was going to happen. I mean, as far as a lot of people thought if you dropped a bomb like that, it would burn up the atmosphere and we would all die.
yeah,
Is what a lot of people thought.
and I mean, the other thing too is conventional bombs alone killed more people than the nukes.
Schronemore's back, and welcome back, Schronemore. I saw a documentary about why they dropped the bomb. There was a plan to drop thousands of tons of chemical weapons on the South Island of Japan. Civilian deaths predicted to exceed 5 million. I haven't heard that.
I haven't heard that one either.
If you remember the name of the documentary, if you want to throw it up in the chat, I'm sure me and Canuck both would be interested in checking that out.
Yeah, because I haven't heard that one. I know there's a lot of crazy ideas.
Yeah, I know there was a lot of different plans of what to do as far as the home islands and finishing the war in the Pacific.
Yeah, because the body counts just scared people.
Well, yeah, and like you said, they ran the numbers, and they knew just taking the smaller islands in the Pacific how much the body count was.
Yeah, and it's like, well, if this is what we had in Okinawa, oh boy, Main Island.
Yeah, I mean, you could times that by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of soldiers, basically, if you wanted to take the home islands.
Yeah, because
everybody was so into what the emperor said, and him being a god, that basically you would have had to fought to the last civilian on the island almost.
Yeah.
Pretty much. There's no other way to say it. You would have basically been against the whole entire country of Japan on the home islands.
Yeah.
And they would have thrown everything at you they could, which the Germans tried that, but the difference between the Germans and the Japanese was the Germans at a point were like, fuck this. We don't really like Dolphy that much anyway.
Yeah.
And we're
killed themselves.
Yeah. So. We're just gonna give up because I'm 12 years old and they gave me a rifle. I don't really feel like shooting at you. So how about I just surrender?
Yeah.
But the Japanese weren't gonna do that. They were fanatical.
Actually it's interesting to note that a lot of the German soldiers would, if they had come across an American or British unit, they would surrender to them, whereas opposed to they wouldn't surrender to the Russians because they were scared of them because of reprisals from what happened earlier on in the war.
Well, yeah, and they kind of obviously had been taught kind of the same thing we're talking about with the Japanese, that you've done pissed the Russians off, they're going to rape and pillage.
Yeah.
So if you have a choice, you should probably give up to the Americans.
And they kind of did, but they are our allies. They were good during the war. They're good. They're good boys.
Yeah, and like you said, honestly, the Russians towards the end of the world weren't the most well behaved people.
No, but I mean, in some ways, who could blame them? I mean, you had the initial invasion of Russia was brutal because the one person that Dolphy didn't like more than anybody else was communism.
Yeah. Schronemore. I can't remember the documentary. It was part of one plan if the blockade was not successful and they had to send in ground troops. And he said he saw he or she, I don't know if you're a male or female. I saw the documentary sometime in the 90s. So Schronemore can't remember the name of the documentary. I may have to look into that some more later because that is interesting. I've not heard that plan before. So.
Well, yeah, and chemical weapons would have been such a touchy subject after World War One.
Because honestly, other than the extermination of certain peoples, which I hate to even say that fully, kind of like Dolphy, because other than the extermination of certain peoples by Dolphy, there wasn't really chemical weapons used in World War II, right?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to elaborate for us?
Well, first I'll pick up on the one thing that, and this is really wrong of me, so I hope I don't offend when I say this, but one thing that annoys me is the focus of the camps is what happened in there and the travesty that took place.
Yeah.
There's only one group of people that get recognized.
Oh yeah, because
annoys me.
Yeah, there was other groups of people that were put in the camps.
Oh yeah, like if you were born with a deficiency, you were killed. Bye bye, and it didn't matter. You could be German. If you were born with a defect, you were bye bye.
I think also other minorities, homosexuals.
Yep.
I mean, basically anything that wasn't pure Aryan blood, so to speak.
Yeah.
Was put into the camps.
Yeah.
And I mean, I agree that the one group of people get the most attention, and they did bear the brunt.
They did bear the most
of Dolphy's craziness, but I do see what you're saying, that there was also other groups of people that also had the same fate.
Yeah.
Under Dolphy's rule.
Yes.
Basically, if you were the wrong kind of person or you pissed Dolphy off, you could end up in a camp.
Oh yes.
Just like the other minority.
Yes. Yeah, and you could find yourself up Schitt's Creek and fast.
Oh yeah, and even to an extent, a lot of POWs were put into the camps.
Yes,
they weren't put into POW camps; they were just put into concentration camps
and work camps and.
Well, yeah,
and some of those are even worse because you're work till you drop and then shot or.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember now. I watched so many documentaries. They were talking about something else that Dolphy was doing during the war, and it told how many people like died building whatever it was he wanted built, and that's basically what they did. They worked you as long as they could work you till you died.
Yeah,
they hauled your body off, and they brought somebody else in to work your spot until they died.
Yeah, it was an early retirement plan.
Yeah. Or slave labor, as other people would call it.
Yeah.
But I digress. So we're back to talking about the atomic bomb.
Yeah, so the atomic bombs were so interesting because just them getting to where they were without it getting out, like from the United States to I believe it was Okinawa they were launched off of. Anyway, to get them to the B-52 Super Fortress that dropped it, the Enola Gay. And then the second one, which I always found it odd how the first bomb gets all of the press and the second bomb is just, and then we dropped another one. It's like first one gets all the limelight and the second one's just, when we dropped another one.
Yeah, the second one's like the coup de grace. It's like you're on the front page if they arrest you for something. If they say you're not guilty, you're on like the 10th page.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same.
Yeah.
Will Gentry's going back to what we were talking about. He's like, so yeah, anyone who didn't fit the bill, anyone who had a genetic defect, anyone who had a wrong mindset, as in gay people, etc., were put in the camps post haste. Basically, pretty much anyone could end up in the camps if Dolphy didn't agree with whatever it was you were doing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I took a tangent again because of what Will said.
Yeah, but so the but the Manhattan Project alone, I mean, was just such an undertaking, and the way they pulled it off in as much secrecy as they did. Yeah, and then later on to find out just how much secrecy they didn't. Um,
Yeah.
yeah.
It was funny. I actually watched. See, here I go again. I actually watched a video not that long ago talking about the Manhattan Project, and they were talking about when they were out in the desert or whatever, they made basically like a little city
Yep.
where they were doing all that, and everybody's mail went to like a PO box that was like a nondescript PO box because they didn't want people to know who actually lived there.
Yeah.
And everybody had an identification badge, even kids.
Yep.
And to get on and off the base, you had to have this badge. And one of the things that almost got them caught, and everybody was under a pseudonym. You didn't go by your own name. You weren't supposed to tell the people who you were working with your actual name because they didn't want everybody to know who the actual scientists were that were working out there. And one of the ways that the Manhattan Project almost got busted was because of the public library.
Okay.
All the scientists were going to this public library and checking out books using their actual names.
Oh, whoops.
So all of a sudden, the public library had this list of all these scientists, and the government's like, how the fuck does the public library, and I don't even remember now how that came to the service that they found out about it, but the public library had like all these names of all these scientists, and the government's like, how the fuck did the public library get all these names of all these scientists? It's because they were going and getting library cards and checking books out in their actual names, not their fake names.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the other thing too was it was the bluff of all bluffs, I guess would be the way to put it, was they only had 3.
Yeah. Yeah, they'd only made enough for 3, right? And it was going to take a certain amount of time to even make another one.
Yeah, it would take quite a while to be able to get the 4th, 5th, and 6th. So the very fact that they dropped 2, they had 1 in reserve, but the bluff was we have boatloads of these suckers.
Yeah, we have 20 of them lined up just for you.
Yeah. Or Russia if they decide to bark you out.
Yeah, it's kind of the ultimate bluff.
Yeah. Yeah, we can make these like we make Kool-Aid.
Oh, you drop 2 of them, you're out. Oh no, we got like fucking 50 of them.
Yeah, yeah.
And in the meantime, they're all behind the scenes going, "Oh fuck! I hope we don't have to use the 3rd one because it's going to take us like a year to make any more."
Yeah, we're going to be fucked up river.
Yeah, if the first 2 or 3 don't work, we're kind of screwed because it's going to take like a whole other year to make some more.
Yeah. See, and another rumor with the nukes, one of the rumors was that it was leaked to Japan that the next nuke was going for Tokyo.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Which would have, I mean, Tokyo was pretty much decimated at that point. But I mean, you're running the risk of Emperor going, glowing in the dark. That's not going to work very well.
Yeah. So yeah, just the threat of vaporizing the Emperor.
Yeah. We're gonna make your Emperor glow in the dark. It's just not a good idea. But the after effects of the nuke and the denial of it. Well, that can't be from us. The radiation sickness.
Oh yeah, that was just background. That was just background radiation. It didn't have anything to do with us.
Yeah, that wasn't us.
all the birth defects for generations. I mean, all the health problems that y'all drank some bad water or something. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, this is a super clean, awesome bomb. It just decimates everybody. Yeah, and vaporizes people, and it's gone.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Yeah, don't pay any attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's just, and that's why I feel so sorry for Truman because, like I said, he was kept so much in the dark, and then like one of his first acts as president is, oh, by the way, we have this cool new toy.
Yeah, and we're gonna drop it on. We want to drop it on Japan.
Yeah, can you give us the order, please?
And kill like entire cities.
Yeah, we have this bomb that we've been working on for about 4 years that we didn't tell you about. Can we get authorization to drop it? And it worked out, like the timing of everything was so, you couldn't have timed it better because Truman was meeting with Stalin and Churchill. And he was actually in a meeting with Stalin and Churchill when they did the test in Nevada. He got the report that it was successfully detonated while sitting next to Stalin and Churchill.
Yeah.
The test was successful.
So that kind of brings us to the end of World War II.
Yes.
And somebody earlier brought up in the chat a long time ago, and I don't think they're here anymore. But let me look at the chat real quick. Basically, they told the Japanese they would raise the emperor 3 kilometers into the air and scatter him all over the wide area. Yeah, I could see that. I didn't know about that. Do you know anything about that? The second bomb missed its target. It landed in the neighboring valley.
Yeah, it wasn't on target. Yeah. It was a little bit off to the left.
It still had the desired effect.
It still had the desired effect.
I agree, Will. Honestly, Will says, honestly, I feel more sorry for civilians in Nagasaki than I do for Truman. That's
this
a good
is
point.
true. This is true. But I meant as the political leader, I feel the most sorry.
You're talking about politically to have something dropped in your lap.
Yeah, it's like
one day you're not president, the next day you are, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, hey, by the way, Canuck, we kind of have this project we've been working on.
Yeah, and
it can take out like whole cities, and we're fixing to do that.
Yeah, so, and everything you think you know about the war is all bullshit.
Yeah. So that kind of closes out our basic synopsis. And like I said, obviously we haven't covered every single little nitty-gritty thing. We've kind of hit the high points, but it brings us to something somebody brought up really probably close to the beginning of the stream, and I said we may get to it at the end if you're still up for talking longer.
Yeah, sure.
Operation Paperclip.
Yes.
Which is very interesting to me because I don't know if you've watched it yet or not. The Hunters on Amazon Prime.
No.
It's obviously it's not true, but it basically the baseless synopsis of it without giving too much away is it's Jewish people in the 70s tracking down Nazis that live in America.
But a lot of that
killing them.
But see, a lot of that, as much as I hate to say this, that opens up a different can of worms because it wasn't Operation Paperclip that stemmed out of. In reality, I don't know about the show, but in reality, it wasn't Paperclip.
Well, yeah, that's just what they're talking about in the show.
What did that was the Underground Railroad that the Catholic Church built at the end of World War II.
See, this is a new one to me. I've heard of Operation Paperclip, but yeah, enlighten me on that because that's a new one to me. I'm always up to learn new things.
Okay, so at the end of World War II, now what you have to understand is the relationship between Delphi and the Pope at the time was very good. Needless to say, a lot of financial support for the church in great sums of gold were given to the church throughout the reign of Delphi.
And I wonder where he got the gold from.
I wonder.
It could be from a certain group of people that were persecuted.
Could be possible. So at the end of World War II, there was an underground pipeline and this is where the whole Argentina thing comes up.
Okay.
Because there were high-ranking German officials who had done some pretty awful stuff, such as Mengele, and a wonderful gentleman by the name of it's very close to Delphi, but I think it's Himmler. I think so. Anyway, so he was the head of the Gestapo, one of the major guys involved.
I think you're right. I think you got it right. Yeah.
So they were snuck out by the Catholic Church.
See, this is totally a new one on me.
Yeah, they would go. They had it where they would go from parish to parish, and they would be smuggled out of the country. And a lot of the high-ranking officials were smuggled out with the help of the Catholic Church.
Not to interrupt you, but this kind of goes along with what you're saying. Sharon Moore, did you hear the Vatican was behind Operation Valkyrie? Pope Pius was behind a few attempts on Dolphy's life, but elements in the Vatican were sympathetic to the German political party?
Yes. And actually, it's kind of a toss-up. Some people will claim that is just to save face for the Pope, that he was involved in that one.
Yeah,
and then there's
you obviously don't want to be known as the person that funnels Nazis out of Germany.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, and like I say, it's not a more popular opinion, and it's still very controversial, and some say it happened and some say it didn't. However, it's kind of been proven by safe houses and etc. that yes, some of the high-ranking officials were smuggled out via the Catholic Church.
Well, and we obviously know that obviously some of the high-ranking people ended up in Argentina.
Yes.
So it's the only answer now is, how did they end up there? Did they end up there with what you're talking about, or some other way? So it's not a stretch of the imagination that could have happened that way.
Yeah, and like in the case of Himmler, he was tracked down and he was found, and he had a wife, kids, family, job, new name. And when they tracked him down, to give you an idea of the kind of guy he was, when he was confronted, "Are you Himmler?" he didn't say no. He didn't try to lie his way out. He just looked and says, "Yeah, I am." Straight-faced. And then, well, they took him back to Jerusalem or Israel.
Well, yeah, and that's the point I was going to bring up is you had the Israeli Nazi hunters, so to speak, that did it's kind of along the lines of what I'm talking about, the made up show on Amazon, Hunters.
Yeah,
they're kind of doing basically the same things that really happen with Israel, hunting down the Nazi people that escaped, to other parts of the world, especially Argentina, and trying to bring them to justice.
Yeah. And then the other one that they were credited with getting was Mengele, who was that nice gentleman, nice doctor scientist who did tests on babies and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, did really awesome research.
Yeah.
For Dolphy on lots of weird stuff.
Although it is sad to say that some of his research is the reason that we have some prescription drugs today.
Well, and it goes back to the same thing as the reason a lot of people say the reason we made it to the moon was because of people we stole from Dolphy after the war.
Yes.
And moved to the States.
Yeah, and Operation Paperclip was not only an American thing, it was a Russian thing as well.
Yeah, and it was a fight between us and the Russians to hurry up and get the best people without them getting the best people.
Yeah.
We wanted all the good people, and we wanted to keep as few of them from them as we could.
Yeah, like the original director of NASA.
Well, and honestly, if you're a
Mr.
Dolphy
Braun.
person, you would probably rather come to the United States than
Yes.
go to Russia.
Yeah. They made a point to surrender to the right flag.
Yeah. They're like, we could go and live in Russia forever under communism and be behind the Iron Curtain, or we could go to the land of hamburgers and hot dogs and 4th of July fireworks.
Yeah.
I think I would rather go with choice B.
Yeah. Sign me up, bucko. Yeah. So, I mean, you get people like Braun and a few other scientists, and yeah. Which was denied right out of the gate, like until it became a point where they couldn't deny it anymore, and then it was just, yeah, we did it. What's your point?
Yeah, we did it. We didn't want them to fall into other hands, so yeah, we did it.
Yeah, we did it. It was the best thing to do at the time. We forgave them for what they did, and well, we made them be good boys.
Yeah, and in return, they got to live the American dream, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, like, there's a lot of stuff that came out of World War II that you wouldn't expect to be, I guess, like a lot of the like some of the vaccines, some of the modern antibiotics, all that was the core research was done with. And I mean, what they did, like what Mengele did to mental patients, was absurd and cruel, but that doesn't get a lot of spotlight.
Oh yeah, we can both agree that what happened in the camps was an atrocity.
No, that was actually at a hospital.
Oh, okay. But
yeah.
if there has to be anything good that came out of it, not that I'm saying it was worth the other stuff happening, is like you said, we obviously got technology, medications, and things that we would have probably not have for a longer period of time if it hadn't been for that.
Yeah, and not only that, but just on the grand scale of things. I mean, if you look at anything from aircraft development, I mean, I think without World War II, jets would have not come into, their own as fast as they did.
Yeah, because the Germans led the experimentation with jet engines. I mean, totally. No, I mean, nobody at the time, nobody else was really doing that.
Rockets would have been several years further down the line. A lot of like little things that you wouldn't really attribute to it end up becoming something. And then you can get into before the United States joined World War II, you can get into the financial support that Dolphy got from the United States.
Yeah.
And that fiasco.
Yeah, before he declared war, we were like, well, I mean, he's not super bad. I mean, we can help him out a little bit, I guess.
No.
The movie The Scarlet and the Black is a really great movie about Catholic priest Hugh Flaherty, who hid thousands of Jews and Allied prisoners in Rome and the Vatican. He was head of the Inquisition. I've never seen that movie. That's very interesting. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, I mean, there's good and bad on both sides. Like it's not.
Well, and everything to do with war is a gray area, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
obviously, both sides did horrible things.
Yeah,
and,
to a degree.
That's just, well, yeah. I mean, you could obviously argue that Dolphy did way worse things than anybody else did. But
you can make an argument that if you compare Stalin to Dolphy, Stalin was worse.
Yeah, and continued to be that way. It just so happened he was our ally at the time.
Just so happened his interests matched ours at a certain point. So
the enemy of your enemy is your friend.
Yeah.
And you pick the lesser of the evils, so to speak.
Yeah, the lesser of two evils, yeah.
So I think we've kind of wrapped it up.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, we've been on for like 4 hours. We've been on for like 4 hours. And obviously, I mean, if we had really got into the super nitty gritty, we could talk about this for like 6 days.
Yeah, part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4.
We kind of hit the high points, I guess.
Yeah.
But I think we can kind of wrap it up there.
Yep.
Because we've covered everything all the way to the A-bomb. So
yep.
I think we've kind of wrapped it up.
Yeah, I think we've touched on everything.
I appreciate everybody being here. Rambling Canuck, do you want to tell everybody where they can find you?
Yeah, I've got a channel on YouTube, Rambling Canuck. I do Star Trek Picard reviews. I do rambles where we talk from everything from Star Trek, Star Wars. Sometimes we go into the weeds on wrestling, depending on who's on the panel, and just chat and laugh about stuff and just have fun.
And his YouTube link is also in the description of this video, or this stream. So if you're looking for Rambling Canuck and you're into all that stuff he just talked about, then you can find his channel in the description of the video. And I appreciate you being here with me today, man. Like I said, I'm not necessarily as read on these things as you are, so I learned some things, and I've really enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, no problem. Hopefully you'll have me on again and I didn't talk your ear off too much.
Oh, no, for sure. I love stuff like this. Everybody in the chat, everybody that's been hanging out in the chat, especially Schronmore, you've been in a couple times. Will Gentry, you've been here for a long time. Everybody else that showed up today, I appreciate it. And with that, I think we're going to end the stream. Everybody join me next Thursday for another Bloody Mary brunch. I don't know what the topic will be yet. I kind of just shoot from the hip, and there's no telling what we may talk about. We talked about World Wars today. We may talk about, I don't know, something crazy next week. Who knows? Last week we talked about conspiracy theories. So
you'll have DJ Odyssey on, and you can talk. You can talk about life as a furry. I mean, you're gonna kill me for that one.
But yeah, everybody have a good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is where you are. And I think we're gonna end it here. Have a good day, everybody. If this is your first time joining us, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. You can also follow me on Twitter and Instagram at HanstarYT. Good night, everybody.